Okay, welcome to Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee, as established in the zoning regulations, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Today is Thursday, September 8th. This meeting consists of 3 projects. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including oral communications for matters not on the agenda and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the time of that item. The chair will open public comment sessions during the public comment period, and for each item on the regular agenda, I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record. Then I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before using the raise hand function. For example, you cannot raise your hand at the beginning of the meeting for an agenda item that's later in the meeting. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your cell phone number called, I will prompt you to unmute your account and inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 1, 2, and 3 today, if any, will only be recommendations regarding project compliance and not the final decision on the project, the decision of which will take place at a later day. Depending on the scale and scope of changes, continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business day, Friday, September 16th, 2022. Applicants should note that continuance letters may not be available by that day and are encouraged to take notes of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, October 13th. 2022. So item 1 on the agenda is the roll call. Yeah, I'll take the roll call now. Katie Kostuk.
Here.
Rebecca Ketkin.
Present.
Beverly Garrity. Okay, not present. Doug Machado. Not present. Mark Stackmeyer.
Present.
Linda Patterson. Not present. John Stedman.
Present.
Okay, thank you. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
Hi, good afternoon. We at the Coastside, so we're gonna first, I guess I'll start out with a chair report on. So I get I do that. I'm going to do that. So resolution to make finding. Oh no, that's it. We want to take a roll, or not a roll call, but a vote on continuing to keep the Zoom meetings active as AB 361 resolution. Find that as a result of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom, meeting in person for meetings of the Coastside Design Review Committee would be present an imminent risk to the health or safety of the attendees. So do we want to continue with Zoom meetings for next month? And Glenn, you'd have to do a roll call, I guess.
Yeah, so I'll do a roll call here. Katie Kostuk.
Yes.
Rebecca Ketkin.
Yes.
Mark Stackmeyer.
Yes.
John Stedman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're covered for next week or next month. Do I ask for? So I was very late in sending out the minutes that I provided from last. So what I do is I kind of culminate everything that was from the meeting last time, send it out to this, and then after this meeting, I send it to Camille for archive. And I don't have so I archived everything from last week, but on my notes, I keep asking for the demo to Camille if she's on, or especially Glenn, to see if there's any kind of update, if we have any update on a long-term planner who's been assigned a position, and whether or not demonstration of scale is on any kind of calendar.
Yeah, so the answer to the question is we're currently recruiting a new planning services manager. So the recruitment is still ongoing, and now we'll keep the CDRC updated.
Okay. It's okay if I ask each month?
Yeah. And the demonstration of scale is on the back burner until the long range planning services manager gets on board. But we've pretty much set the long range projects for the year, and it was not included. So until the work plan gets drafted and put together and approved for next year, then it's
Right.
not, yeah.
Right. It's just, it's kind of important. It was extremely important to a couple of people that really were disappointed.
Is there still public interest in that? Maybe because both of those hotel projects in Montero kind of stalled. But I believe, was it Glenn that has Glenn, do you have McGregor's hotel project? Or is it somebody else?
No, I'm reviewing only one multifamily project that's
Oh,
apartments. I'm not reviewing
got it.
any hotel
Okay.
projects at the moment.
I forget who has that now, but it's closer to moving forward than the other one was, as far as I know.
You're talking about demonstration of scale or C1 mid-coast?
Oh, shoot. I was talking about C1. Sorry about that. Oh, demonstration of scale. Yeah, no, that one's not, that one wasn't, none of the design review standards are ongoing except for the design review standards update. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
okay.
So when you said that
Good
the
to-
long range
Still-
planning is finalized for the 2-year, you're talking about the 2023 year, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. If something is of importance to both the public or to the CDRC or both, I think it would be good to, we can update you as to who's in that position, and maybe even draft a letter or get a petition going or something to raise the priority of.
Yeah, I think that would be good because I think it's been communicated for like probably 1.5 years or 2 years now that this is really important. And we've had it come up in a lot of our hearings where people were confused and frustrated that there were not story polls and they didn't understand why. And, sometimes the demonstration of scale documents that are provided don't actually really give you additional scale beyond what's normally in a set of drawings. I don't know how we make our voices louder.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been saying that this is really important for a long time. Maybe it's not being, discussed with the right people. I'm not sure. What do we need to do to get the county to care?
Yeah.
I think it was that the public was like engaged in the all these other, like Plan Princeton and Connect the Coastside. Connect the Coastside's finally done, but I think we just have to re-engage the public. I think even if it's something that CDRC wants, but there's like no kind of current engagement by the
Yeah, it
public.
sounds a little bit like, from my experience of these efforts that we've worked on for several years, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. So we
Yeah.
voice concerns, we work on things, and then the county tells us that they're the ones that have to head public engagement to find out if it's a priority. So, I mean, obviously people do grassroots efforts, but yeah, I think that I would like to say, at least for myself and probably for a lot of the people on the committee, yes, we do want the county to be doing public outreach to find out if this is important to the community, because it sounds like the committee making that effort has been kind of shot down in the past. We've had meetings for instance, for the C1 Mid-Coast, where we had people attending from the public, we had people from the MCC there, they presented to the MCC, and then we ended up all feeling really deflated when we found out that those weren't the correct steps to follow, and all of that work and time that we've sacrificed was kind of like wasted. So what do we need to do for the county to head up whatever kind of public outreach needs to happen for them to determine if the public cares?
We put it forward because obviously the county supports all three of those projects. But I think in light of those other priorities, like connect the coastside and some of the other larger long range projects, it was kind of placed on the back burner due to staff, long range staff workload, as well as loss of Ramel. You know, there's like a bunch of
Yeah.
factors, and it's not that it's not something we support. We obviously support it. It just has to rise to the level of like assigning staff to it in front of some other project, right?
Yeah, yeah, because I think ultimately the committee obviously uses, you know, story polls or at least some actual quantifiable measurement is really helpful for us when we go out and evaluate the project in the field. So the
Yeah.
committee honestly uses it probably more than anybody else. So I'll squawk as loud as I need to say, yes, please, like, we really want this to be a priority. But then we've also have heard from people, and it kind of, you know, it only really becomes a priority to the public when there's a project near them. So that's kind of the issue, is that most people don't really necessarily understand the value until it impacts them. But for the committee, it impacts us every month.
Yeah.
So Camille, I'd like to throw my voice into this. I've been quiet on it for the whole time I've been on this committee, but for me, story polls have always felt like a very poor part of the process. And my reasoning has always been this. The building envelope is set by our planning regulations, and you have setbacks and height limits and topography. You know, there's all the things that basically set that envelope that you can design within. And I would love to see some clarity where people don't come in, read the regulations, design a structure, get to the point of design review, go out and put up story polls, and then have everyone say it looks too big. I think it comes at the wrong point in the process, and it's also it's a you know, the labor, the materials that are used are typically, you know, thrown away after, generally speaking. I really think the CAD modeling is a much better model for me. I think there needs to be some regulation or some regulations around making sure that it's portrayed correctly. But I really think that the move towards CAD modeling, for me personally, is a much better answer without question. So I want to throw that out as my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I think, John, that what we're trying to accomplish is to have people be able to share those voices and get that perspective from everybody on what would add value, what doesn't add value. I definitely agree that the sequencing of story polls in relation to the public agendas was always a really big challenge for applicants. And there's obviously a lot of cost as well. So we definitely we're not shooting down that there's potential for other ways to demonstrate the scale, but that's what the discussion would hold. But basically, we can't even get those opinions or have the discussions and public outreach and have the county gather information on how to have some form of a more evolved type of demonstration of scale until they do their public outreach and put it on the long range work plan. And so that's what we're kind of advocating for, is like, let's have this conversation. We want to hear all the voices. We're not saying story polls are the only option.
Right.
But we can't even have the discussion until the county kind of makes it a priority and does things the way that they deem the workflow has to happen.
Right. I understood, and I agree. I think the dialogue is something that should be had, and I fully support that. I just wanted to throw in, you know, it always seems to fall back as story poll. And I just think it's important if we have this discussion that we kind of start from ground zero and look at if we're going to remake things and we're going to have a discussion, let's kind of start from the ground up and make sure it's the best it can be.
Yeah, that's definitely the intention. And I think going back to what you were mentioning about, you know, if people are designing within the zoning regulations, then, you know, why does it matter? People put up story polls and then other people are going to always say it's too big. Ultimately, the role for our committee is to enforce the design review guidelines, and the guidelines go beyond just the buildable envelope. And they talk about mass and scale in relation to the topography, in relation to the neighborhood and the other adjacent homes. Those are things that aren't captured. The context isn't really captured most of the time. And, you know, for our committee, you know, the planners are the ones who are supposed to make sure that it's built within the zoning guidelines and the buildable envelope, but the design guidelines that we're enforcing, that's where it becomes more subjective, and that's where the mass and scale and the context are important, and those aren't really, you know, managed by just the zoning regulations.
Right, and I agree with you, and I think we're going to have a discussion about this very soon.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, I don't know if we want to launch it to it now since it wasn't advertised. But
But
I think we understand the point and that we need to revisit the priorities come the next work plan with the long range planning services manager once selected, and then also the planning, it goes to the planning commission to sort of check the priorities. You may want to reach out to Lisa Ketchum at that time, just to you know, kind of like refresh your interest in that and kind of like let her know it's still a priority. Maybe even engage some members of the public. So we can revisit that when there's a draft work plan. But there are going to be competing projects for staff time.
Yeah.
And there
So
will
what's
be
the right time to actually be included in the draft work plan? Because it seems like by the time we know about a work plan, it's already pretty established. And
maybe just engage the long range planning services manager as soon as they're hired. So we'll just keep that on the running chairperson's report, and we'll keep checking in about it, and we'll engage that person once they come up.
okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Right. Katie, just quickly, I want to just finish off and say I really heard you and I agree. I just my position has been part of the reason I even got on this board is I am fully in support of projects fitting into neighborhoods and being of the proper scale. I would love to see a way that everything is integrated more smoothly on the front end, you know, so that those guidelines kind of come in and are, you know, are more smoothly integrated, so that people don't get to the step of seeing us here and then we've got to smack them down and make it, you know, make all these big changes for people at great expense and heartache. So I just would love to see the process streamlined a bit up front. That's my position. Not to build huge things that are obsequious and horrid.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You might want to try to make yourself available for when we do have it on the agenda for our design review guideline update discussion, because I think that that's a great venue for you to be able to, you know, share your voice and your thoughts on that, and see if there's better ways for us to help the process and help the applicant. We all want kind of the same end goal. We don't want to have, you know, people spending money or getting frustrated or, you know, feeling like they're going back to the drawing board if they didn't have the right information up front. So, you know, that's definitely helpful if you want to get involved in the design guidelines update.
Right. Sure. That would be great.
Okay. Thank you all for that. So CRD's next item is a CDRC positions. If anybody's actively or trying to get any of these vacancies filled, would be great. I tried to twist my son's arm, who's an architect, to be an alternate, at least to sit in on some, so he's not interested at this time. Hopefully he will in the coming. I want to, let's see. So I'm going to keep some of these other things on there for the nearest and to the new business. That's all the old business. New business, long-term planner, proposal, attention notice. So can we do any additions to how do I see this? So I was reading over the demonstration of scale, and I noticed that it does indicate that it's supposed to show all sides of the project in the poster board or whatever you're going to use for your demonstration of scale. And all that I see that come across are only one side, and many of them don't have any of the adjacent buildings, which it also calls for in the demonstration of scale that we currently are using. So I would ask the planners to start trying to make sure that that's done, or they're going to have to go over to story poles or some other thing. But
Yeah, I
So,
agree. I don't
they're
think
just-
that the
they're barely good.
demonstrations of scale that we've been receiving have really been giving us the information that we need for context.
On one case in particular that I know is coming up is they drew a house where there isn't a house to sort of de-escalate the scale of the building that they're putting in. So it's not coming today. But that's what made me think of it. And then I went back and read it. So it does say to have all the adjacent buildings drawn in, and somehow, I don't know what we do. Do we reject it when it comes? If there's just like one rendo of the,
Yeah, we definitely
Yeah.
had those conversations over the last several years, because I know that we would have projects that didn't meet the checklist or the project requirements. They'd be missing the grading plans, or they wouldn't have sections or whatever. And we've kind of reiterated over and over and over and over and over again to the planners to go down the checklist and make sure everything is there. One question I have in relation to that is whether or not demonstrations of scale are part of the pre-application meeting. And maybe that's the point when that should be satisfied. Like, I would think that that's when they sit down for the pre-app meeting, they should be going down the checklist and making sure that all of the information is there and that the demonstration of scale is sufficient. But I don't know if that is what happens with the pre-app meetings all the time.
I think that's too early probably to represent the final building, because, you know, it goes through DPW review and things get changed sometimes. But I'm reading through the policy on demonstration of scale, and where does it say needs to be shown on every side?
the
Oh,
second,
all sides right here.
yeah,
Okay, I see it now. Along with immediately adjacent structures, yes. So what I can do is I'll bring it up at the staff meeting. Remind planners that we need to see all sides on the poster. And I mean, the whole point of the demonstration of scale is to show, if it doesn't show immediately adjacent structures, I don't see how scale could be conveyed. So that's kind of the main point.
it's kind
So
of
we'll
the
remind the
fun
plan.
is people put like lots of pretty trees and stuff like that around, and it's kind of like the opposite of what's shown.
Yeah, honestly, I think that if there's going to be a rendered view, I think that obviously we don't want to get into this discussion too much again, but if it's a rendered view, it should probably be composite over an actual photograph of the real context. That would be my preference. And also, I know that we've seen some that were like aerial views for the demonstration of scale, and that's not, you know, it doesn't really help, because if it's not in a perspective that a human would ever observe it unless they're flying in a plane over the house, then it doesn't give us really a good idea of what it looks like from a street view.
That makes sense. Yeah, we'll remind the planners on Tuesday.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think, what was it, John, that said that? But anyway, I was thinking that maybe there could be a hand, it could be added to your pre-site or your pre-construction meeting or list that you have. I haven't seen one in a while, so.
Agreed, Mark. And, you know, Glenn and Camille, you know, without throwing stones, it's one of those things that it shouldn't get to us if it's not a proper demonstration of scale, correct? That should be caught at a staff level before it comes to the CDRC, I would think.
Well, we require it after they're agendized. I mean, pretty much, because it's like say you have a project, John, like if you're only gonna do it once you know you're kind of lining it up for a meeting. So we'll tell them they're on the next meeting, and then they'll start kind of working on it typically.
Right.
'Cause then they have to put the poster up and stuff like that. So, but we can start to require it as a part of the application. That's an interesting thought. And add it to the submittal checklist. But it was kind of like a same thing as story polls, like it was kind of done after, you know, an item was agendized. So
Well, yeah,
that-
because story
Correct.
polls would be up for months and you wouldn't want to do that, but since it's all becoming electronic,
it's
if
something.
story polls cost $4,000, they're not spending that kind of money, $500 on rendos.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
that
if
was
it's
my-
wrong,
my
or
point.
aerial, that's not good, and we should reject it, and we should take it off the agenda at that point.
Okay. Thank you, Camille and John.
Thank you, guys.
So that brings, that's the new business that I have. And I don't know, I would like anybody who wants to put business on, new business for next month, just write to me. If you have something, we'll put it on and we'll just part of the report. And I'll just keep bringing up the same old ones that the same, repeat the demonstration of scale and the long-term planner until we get some resolution on that. So can we approve these minutes as they stand?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, is that good enough? I don't think we have to do a roll call because we're smaller
Yeah.
than 12 people.
Yeah.
Okay, approved.
Okay.
All right. So I wanted to open up to oral communications from anyone in the public standing by to discuss any I don't know what they're discussing, anything to do with design review.
Okay,
Glenn, is there anybody standing by for that?
no, don't have attendees, but we don't have attendees in the room. So I would just, for formality purposes, then I'll just read the instruction for people who like to speak on the oral communication for matters not on agenda. I'll just read it quickly, just to complete the step, just in case someone join like in the next 30 seconds or so. Yeah, so per the chair, we're now opening public comments for oral communications for matters not on the agenda. If your hand is raised, your name will be called for this item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Press *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Yeah, I don't see any raised hands. I don't see any raised hands. So for those on Zoom, are there any other person who wish to speak? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder, for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment, Mark.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to close public comment and continue with Camille on design standards.
Okay.
Hi guys, let me share my screen. So we left off on, I was just adding a note here. We left off on exterior materials and colors. And then I was just kind of like going through the rest of the document, seeing how much more we had, and we don't actually have that much more. I was thinking for landscaping, we can wait for Linda or just make sure, she knows that we're going to review landscaping at the next meeting and kind of make sure that she can make it. Otherwise, we can just skip landscaping and just finish out the rest of the stuff as we wait for Linda.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Linda definitely has a lot more expertise with the landscaping than most of us on the committee. So her help and feedback is really important.
Okay, so maybe we'll skip landscaping today.
Does everybody else think that makes sense as well?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. So finishing up exterior materials and colors. I think we're making great progress, by the way. Like I'm excited that we can kind of close this and kind of like hand it to the long range planning services manager who could just start the process with a complete document of comments. Awesome.
Can you magnify that a little bit?
Oh yeah.
I do want to make sure that when that's sent over to them, that they know that this approach was basically marking up what we already have and doesn't necessarily, capture all of the suggested, changes or feedback and formatting and everything. This is just kind of like our starting point.
Yeah, you could deliver it with, a cover letter. If there's any other comments, like maybe new categories that aren't discussed here or general vision, let us know.
Yeah, and I think, does this have to go through the same kind of public outreach collaboration for discussions on how to format it and, if we want to change, how mass and scale are evaluated and all of that? Is that something that we do once the public outreach is done?
Well, we're collecting your comment now so that we can so we could understand your perspective on what changes the CDRC thinks are important, and then open it up to the public, maybe with a draft.
Mm-hmm.
And, the draft is probably gonna, kind of dynamic. We'll collect comment, we'll update as needed. But if there's any other comments you have, like about redefining mass or scale or whatever, then I think maybe we can do that after we've covered the rest of this book.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea once we cover the book, maybe that can be like a little homework thing that
Yeah,
everybody can kind of write up their thoughts, and then we can sort of compare and contrast and see, you know, how much overlap there is and where the biggest priorities are for how to make this meet the community's needs better.
mhm. So the last comments on exterior materials were non-reflective. We, the county staff interprets as not white. We did some fairly extensive editing. So we should start here. Use exterior materials and colors that are of a similar, better quality to those used in the neighborhood and are consistent with the architecture of the house. Avoid T111 siding unless necessary for additions to match the existing house. Is there
That's
ever,
pretty good.
that's still good?
I mean, I think, you know, similar, better quality, yeah. And we
Mhm.
had something recently where we, I think, okayed T111 siding expressly because it was matching the house.
Mm,
That one's back today.
okay. That one's back. Quantity. Any other comments on the quality? Any other things?
Sorry, can we just to go back one paragraph? So are we saying that we're not supporting white, or did we make that more neutral?
All it says is should allow white.
Okay, great. I think that was my comment from last time.
Okay, so we're still there.
Okay, we can keep going, sorry.
Oh no, that's okay.
Can I elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah.
Can we just maybe say, just so that the thought is, you know, captured, I know that we said that should allow white like in the right setting or something, because or in the in the right context. I know that we were talking about, you know, a stark white house backing up to all forest, or in a more rural setting might not be as fitting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and I hear you. I hadn't thought about roofs. I never imagined a white roof.
White roof.
You were just writing allow white roofs.
Oh no, dude, everyone wants to do them because they're, you know, they're
Cool,
good
'cause it's
for
a cool roof.
climate and they're cool roofs. So I think we should be specific. So there's white on the body in the right context. I think maybe even white roofs in the right context, but should we just allow it because they are cool and they're good for the climate, or what should we do?
I think I think the main thing is saying that is the non-reflective. Like, yeah, you don't want to create a lot of glare, but
I think that's the point of the white roof. Like, I don't know if you can avoid that with the white
Well,
roof.
yeah, I mean, the white roof would definitely have glare.
Yeah.
even if it's kind of more matte.
It should say matter off. Probably
Matte or what?
off
Off-white.
white.
I mean, maybe instead of deciding about the white roof at this point, maybe we could say, you know, investigate cool roof standards to determine acceptable colors.
Because we're also seeing, you know, there's going to be solar on every new house project too. So
Yeah, imagine the contrast between a white roof and then the black solar panels. Part of my concern too, other than glare, which would be pretty substantial if you're in like a hilly area where a lot of people are looking at the roof. So again, the context I think does matter. But I just was thinking about how dirty and disgusting they'll end up looking too. Like white is so hard to keep clean that I don't know if that's gonna end up, you know, making things kind of look gross. But
That's true.
but yeah, I think that maybe with the white roofs, we should pay consideration to whether or not there's homes above that look down on it.
You
Okay.
might be too blinded to see how dirty it is.
Yeah, but yeah, the solar panels I think are going to end up kind of covering a lot of places, especially, you know, all these outages.
Okay, I think, do we mean specs and options? Okay.
And can you maybe just
So-
capture something about, maybe avoid white roofs or something in when houses look down on it, just so that we don't forget that. Thanks.
Slope.
And would glare into windows. Okay. Okay. Okay, so under quantity, use a number of exterior materials and colors that is consistent with the neighborhood and the architectural style of the house.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Encourage the use of 3 or more colors on larger homes to reduce the appearance of bulk by emphasizing architectural features and trim. Still the case.
You know what's interesting about that one is I feel like we apply that to all homes and it makes sense. It makes more sense for larger homes because I don't think I realized that it was emphasizing that it be for larger homes,
Yeah.
which I think is appropriate. So it's good. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I think for a lot of them, applicants have used them to break up large walls. Like if there's not enough fenestration to create the articulation, we've suggested it in that context. But I think that number 1 and 2 both seem appropriate.
Discourage the use of a single exterior material or color in a large unbroken surface. Still good, right? Use ornamentation or architectural details to reduce the appearance of bulk on larger homes. Apply ornamentation in a manner consistent with the style and size of the house. Avoid using ornamentation in a manner that will make the house appear too plain or overly decorated. You have those like super simplistic modern homes like that are almost like stripped of detail.
Well, I think the manner consistent with the
Yeah.
style of the house is sort of what's going to
Covers
come
that.
here. But it does say or architectural details, so that should give you room to do things which are more modern, less ornamental.
What about this too plain? It's fine.
I think it's fine, yeah.
Yeah. And then I was just thinking like for this 3 colors or more, it's kind of like a Craftsman thing, maybe.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest the graphic on the side in relation to that is part of what we end up running into.
Yeah.
That people try to design to the graphics rather than, so again, like what we said earlier in the document, more examples maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe we can show like a diagram, make them more diagrammatic, but also show a diagrammatic example of a more modern one that has less materials or less ornamentation.
Yeah.
Agreed. Camille, I'd like to pipe in for a second if possible as well.
Okay.
I do agree that, something in a discussion is one thing, but in the actual, call out, I think something as subjective as appear too plain or overly decorated, that, I mean, in whose opinion? that's a very difficult thing to interpret.
The committee, that's really what the committee is here for, because design is so subjective. So that's why there's design professionals to try to weigh in on that.
Yeah.
I understand that, but it's that's a hard thing to quantify.
Yeah, it's pretty subjective. I think when you see it, and I think maybe we need examples showing like something that's too plain, like if you have one window on a long expanse, or you just kind of know when you see it. So we need, maybe
I think, to me, that belongs more in a discussion area rather than, I'm trying to figure out if something went to court, say if this was a legal thing, what would you do with that statement?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I had this same kind of frustration going through design school, because design is so subjective that I always felt that in school it should be pass fail and not graded, because everybody has a different opinion on that. So it's the same kind of conflict if you ended up in a legal discussion where, it's definitely subjective, and design review standards and committees are kind of all about that.
You could change decorated to articulated so that it's not busy, and And it's because people are reading this to try to design their homes and maybe they're not
Right.
professionals. So you don't want a busy, it's just trying to describe a overly busy.
Busy's a great word, actually, that's pretty accessible.
Yeah, because I think articulated might be harder for them to understand than decorated for the general public. The ornamentation, I thought, was a great word too. It, you know, that kind of captures it. It's really about the ornamentation rather than the articulation, right?
Okay.
Oh, so overly ornamented? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Ornament.
Really ornamented or busy.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
busy.
that it feels overly ornamented when the ornamentation is not applied in a consistent way that's consistent with the style. Like if you have, you know, a little something neoclassical over here and a little something craftsman over there. That it's about kind of like creating a consistent motif that's appropriate to the style of the home.
Yeah, there's like kind of like an applique feel. I don't know.
I think this is good though, ornamentation. Design,
Okay.
yeah,
It is.
bad words, but plain is a tricky one. I mean, what is it we're trying to avoid with too plain? We're trying to avoid something that just looks like a cheap box, right?
Yeah. Do we want to, so I guess what I was trying to describe with the modern is like they don't really use colors. They use like textural contrasts.
Yeah, texture might be nice to add. I don't know if I
Okay.
recall texture being mentioned as much, but I know that
Color
texture can be
texture,
used in the
material.
absence of a different material or color.
Yeah.
Well, that's my point, Camille, is one person's too plain is another person's minimalist masterpiece. It's hard to
Right.
call.
We've come up against that a few times in this community.
We have. That is true.
You know, my stepson is a big fan of the brutalist thing, which I absolutely can't stand, but you know, who am I to say he's wrong? I don't.
Right. Okay. So does that cover that?
Well, maybe we could pull plain. Sorry, I mean, we're already saying use ornamentation on larger homes. Do we want to be prescribing like a minimum amount, or do we just want to say use ornamentation but not to be busy?
I think it's really hard to be prescriptive with
Mhm.
quantity because every project is going to have different neighborhood context, the size and scale and everything is.
Exactly. I mean, I think we should be going in the direction of using words like appropriate for the architectural style, or, you know, we should, you know, you don't want to see, you know, somebody mixing elements that are terrible. You know, something can be plain and quite beautiful if it's done correctly. And I think that's what I would like to see is to encourage good architecture and design, but not limit people's ability to step outside the box. I mean, you know, the way things have been for the last few years, it's kind of, I mean, my opinion is it's, you know, kind of homogenizing new home design on the coast. They're all, you know, you can go around and decide where they were, what year they were designed, and, you know, what was passing at that point. I would love to get out of that.
Yeah. I think that's totally true. Like, anyway, it depends on the cohesiveness of the style. As full the style was. So if it's like super plain, but like the style's like super tight and coherent, then maybe it can be plain. But then if something isn't well designed, you can, and it's just kind of boxy, then it may need ornamentation, or it could appear really plain or cheap or something. Okay, additional site planning and design considerations. Multiple contiguous or nearby projects developed concurrently by one owner, applicant, developer, or builder shall avoid similar or same but reverse building elevations and or floor plans located directly across the street from each other or on adjacent parcels. I don't know. These seem pretty good. Vary in structure placement enough to avoid a track home appearance. Vary in design style, exterior detail, roof lines, finished materials, and landscaping enough to avoid overly repetitive appearance. To the extent feasible, structures should be located and designed to minimize the blockage of sunlight on neighboring buildings. Siting and design for energy conservation generation purposes is encouraged.
Camille, this one to me, if I can pipe in, which I'm doing a lot of today. This is a perfect example to me of something that needs to be clarified, whereas multiple contiguous or nearby projects. I think nearby needs to have a definition. Is that within 5 parcels, a quarter mile, same town, same county? What does that mean?
That was like you, John, with your, I think it was like 3 homes on the same block.
No, it was 2 on the same block.
Oh, was
but
it 2 on
another-
the same block?
I had a third one a half a mile away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nearby, didn't we already, did we say that was 300 feet? That, I think that's defined someplace else.
Yeah, I just see, to me, that's the kind of thing that's a big thing for me personally is, you know, let's make that something somebody can work with and say, okay, this does or does not meet this.
Yeah, I think we defined it as 300 feet.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
great.
earlier. But yeah, I think yours was like sort of the last, sort of the only example that I could think of, you know, more than one lot being developed at a time. Is there anyone else I can think of?
There's not a lot more.
I think that might be the last time that happens.
Yeah.
But I think this title is terrible. I think this should be for like, say, subdivisions or multiple home developments or something. This is just as additional site planning and design considerations. Like a better title. More descriptive. Anything else we should add here or?
I think it says it with the track. There's no place for a track homes to be going in anymore anyway. So.
Oh, you know what? Valimar was a
Oh.
so I mean,
Oh,
honestly,
well,
with these high-end homes, they tend to vary and they tend to not look cookie cutter. I don't know. But who knows 20 years from now whether.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is good. You definitely see in El Granada the same floor plan all over town, you know,
Yeah.
same entry sequence. You're like, oh, that must have been the same builder on the next block over. I think you're right about the title too.
Yeah. Because you're forced to read it because you think it might apply to you, and then of course it doesn't. It's like, very design of contiguous projects to avoid repetitive appearance, avoid creating mirror image. Okay, yeah. So landscaping, anything else, guys? I'm sorry, I hope I'm not skipping through this. Stop me if I'm going too fast. Paved areas. Environmentally sensitive planning and design of paved or hardscape areas on site will produce a more natural appearance, prevent stormwater pollution. Please refer to publications available at the plan encounter. Well, we need to update that. Minimize the hardscape or impervious areas on site in order to maximize permeable surface that have a more natural appearance, reduce the volume and improve the quality of runoff into creeks and storm drains. Anyway, do you think the committee still wants to regulate permeable versus impermeable?
I mean, that kind of gets spelled out in the zoning, right? Because there's a maximum.
Yeah, the 10%.
Yeah, I don't think that's even relevant anymore to us, I wouldn't think.
Yeah.
I mean, unless there's like kind of a look to pervious, which is, you know, that more paver-like style, but you can have like pervious cement.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just about environmentally appropriate development and not so much about looks.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile to mention something about paved areas and hardscaping, material selections being considered in relation to the design of the home or the style of the home. I don't know if it says that explicitly.
Please use surfaces on site that have more natural appearance. Driveways. I don't know if it references the house itself.
Yeah, I think that, you know, for it to be cohesive, having material
Yeah.
selections that actually match the style of the home, that might be worthwhile to mention since this is specifically about, you know, design review and,
Yes.
Yeah, try to ensure hardscaping is harmonious with the design style of the proposed home. Makes perfect sense.
So I'm gonna put it here. Choose materials compatible to the existing. Should drain into adjacent on-site landscape areas. Do we need that?
My opinion is no.
Yeah. So I think maybe we just want it here just to say choose driveway, walkway, parking surface. And
Yeah,
then
although
skip
doesn't
this.
Public Works have only certain things they allow for driveways?
Yeah, they'll give you a different answer for different locations, though. I actually talked to Diana Shu about that not too long ago and said, you know, can you help us understand? Because sometimes they say it has to be concrete, sometimes they say it has to be asphalt, other times there's, you know, gravel's been permitted, like what's the deal? And she said, basically, you're just kind of supposed to match what is dominant in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I think, you know, we might just want to say choose hardscaping
Hardscape.
so that we're not explicitly
Mhm.
talking about those, because, you know, particularly driveway and parking surface, that is something that Public Works is going to have a voice in, but you
Yeah,
know, all the other hardscaping is the part that where it's a little bit more design oriented.
yep, that makes sense.
Well, and typically Public Works has say so, you know, in the right of way outside the property line.
Yeah. So is it all going away? Sounds like it is. Cause this is all,
Maybe this
oh, the
comment. about
natural
choosing-
appearance part, maybe we should keep.
Or, I mean, do we, I guess we're gonna revisit landscaping another time, but maybe this just becomes a part of the landscaping.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that could make sense. Hardscaping could be just included in that section.
Do we want to keep the part, okay, good. Do we want to keep the part that says, maximize use of services that have a more natural appearance than asphalt or concrete, like where you can, where you have a choice, where DPW isn't making you do something? Max. Or no?
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense in the context of the mid-coast. But I think that, you know, compatible to the existing proposed house, I would say the architectural style of the existing proposed house.
Yeah.
The architectural style. Okay. Use hardscape that has natural appearance, okay. So I think the rest of this is just going away. It's just a doubling up of our drainage ordinance too, drainage manual. Okay, got rid of that. Fencing. Site fencing should complement and enhance the design of the home while harmonizing with the overall character of the neighborhood. Fencing should be considered and designed as an integrated part of the project, not left as an afterthought. When the project is completed, fences, walls should comply with the heights. Sound fences, walls, and similar site elements shall be compatible with the architecture of the main buildings and should blend with the surrounding neighborhood.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
Should it be like, you know, more open or solid, or should just leave it open, just leave it flexible?
I think it's I think being appropriate to what the site conditions are is the main thing, so. I
Yeah.
leave it there.
Okay. Lighting. So I have an issue with requiring dark sky because dark sky is a trademark. But there's many other light fixtures that could be compliant with the standard, but aren't trademarked with dark sky. So whenever we say dark sky fixture required in a condition of approval, it bothers me because you're basically cutting out everything without that trademark. But
Do we want to be more descriptive and say like hooded downlights? That,
yeah, that's what we should say, because that's what we have the authority to say, which is downward directed. Where is it?
Is that captured somewhere in a policy or in the regulations somewhere? Because I know that previously I've heard you guys mention downward facing shielded, specific terminology that I've heard over and over again. Is it spelled out anywhere?
Oh, yeah. Directed toward the ground.
Mhm.
Where does it say shielded? I think it says.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I
shielded.
wasn't sure if it was in this section.
Maybe shielded is better than hooded and directed towards the ground and, I mean, we could mention light pollution. That's like the real thing that we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, the night sky, protect the night sky.
Mhm.
Yeah, and also like the sensitive habitats in the area.
Mhm.
Yeah, night sky and habitat. And nothing actually says shielded, but it's, where you don't. And I think it says it in the design standards of other districts that says shielded.
I mean, you
But-
definitely can't see the bulb or that's gonna create light pollution.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tough though, because I know that I remember my electrician was like, this fixture isn't dark sky compliant. You can see the bulb from underneath, from where it's mounted, because it's a sconce. And I was like, well, it's a dark sky rated fixture, like where you view it from has a lot of impact to whether or not you can see the bulb.
Yeah,
I think it's like shielded from
eye level.
the lateral, like not the downward view, obviously.
Maybe
but
shielded
from
from adjacent
the-
properties.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or shielded
from the
from
right of way.
above and eye level and above or something.
Yeah,
I mean, it's written. It's written fairly well. I mean, it could be clarified, but it says lighting shall be designed and located so that light and glare are directed away from the neighbors and confined to the site. So just,
yeah, that's pretty good. That's true.
it's not that's
not
pretty
bad.
clear.
That's pretty clear. Yeah, that's kind of, and directed towards the ground means not up.
Is that something we want to say encouraged, or do we want that to just say and directed towards the ground?
I was just going to say,
Oh, yeah.
when you say encourage, that's where it gets cloudy. So
Yeah.
that's going next, Katie, was, maybe just take out encourage, directed toward the ground.
Yeah,
I think with that, I think it's fine.
yeah, I don't think it needs this necessarily. I mean, it says it in a lot of words, though. I almost wish it just said shielded and downward directed, right?
Yeah, but I do think it's worthwhile to mention that it would be directed away from neighbors and confined to the site.
Yeah,
Right. Because you could shield it and, I don't know.
They have a lot of throws sometimes.
That's a really clear statement if you look at what it's actually saying.
yeah, it is.
Now it's pretty clear.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it.
Yeah, and I know that the committee has been interpreting or applying this as one fixture per exterior door with exceptions for larger openings. And I
Yeah,
don't
let's put that in
know
there.
that, is that spelled out here? Do we want that to be
Yeah.
something that is
Yeah.
part of the guidelines?
What does everyone think?
Well, I tend towards thinking that the less you complicate it, the more accessible and easier it is, the more compliance you're going to get. I think B is really clear. I don't think we need to add anything else. That's just my opinion, but I think it's pretty clear the way it is. And most most new projects I'm seeing are pretty compliant with that. So I feel like that's actually working fairly well.
I mean, you can still
Yeah.
have too much light though, even if
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
all
section
directed.
C might be a little wordy, but I think it's kind of trying to say that,
Yeah,
Mhm.
minimized. Yeah.
where it's, you know,
Right.
appropriate to the area that it's going to illuminate.
I
Yeah.
feel like there have been some situations, I don't know if one fixture per door is called out anywhere. I know we definitely sort of treat it like it has been. I do feel like there are occasions where for symmetry or whatever, it feels appropriate to have more than one. And I think C is
Oh,
nicely not too prescriptive. I,
Well,
I, John, that I think we want to allow flexibility for ourselves and for designers to do things that are just feel correct.
See, the problem I had with that a couple of years ago, I think, was at the request of a neighbor, I specifically did not put a light on a man door to avoid that. And I was told the building department, I kind of knew this, but you have to have a light fixture there.
Yeah, it's required.
Right. So I was like, yeah, I know, but I kind of agreed to not, but wound up, so a light fixture went there.
yeah. Okay, so we want to keep this flexible.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about like the cool lights versus warm lights, or no, none of those like floodlights? Do we want to be specific about that?
I was wondering about luminaries. How many are quantifying it, like if you could control it with that. I don't know enough about it to.
I mean, you mean like to set a maximum lumen output?
Exactly.
Camille,
Because
were you talking
sometimes-
lumen output or frequency of light, bright versus,
I
warm?
think we're talking, oh, right, that's true.
Yeah, I was more talking about the tone of the
The
light.
color, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would actually be in favor of that, cap it at like a 3K or even a 2.7K so that it doesn't get that kind of laboratory white look.
to avoid, yeah, I think we could cap it at 3K. Hasn't there been a lot of complaint about, I don't even know if they're allowed here anymore, but like the halide fixtures, those are very yellow. I don't know if we want to set up a minimum,
Yeah, I don't know if those are actually even allowed in.
even
Title
allowed
24.
anymore.
Yeah.
What do they
blue
have
is
at the
good.
fire
Blue
station?
is bad.
What about what?
What do they have at the fire station?
Those are LEDs.
Those are LED.
Yeah, they're
Um,
crazy, crazy white, and those are
and
probably
it's
like five. Those are probably 5,000.
So, but those would be, the 3K, Camille, is not the lumens, it's the color
It's the
temperature.
color temperature. Yeah.
Color temperature. So
And
is
then-
that a warm?
Yeah,
That's
three
warm.
three
Below
thousand
that
is
is
warm.
warm.
5,000
27
gets
like
really
warm.
white.
Yeah, 3. I personally, Camille, I like the 2.7s better, but 3 is I would think 3 would be acceptable.
Yeah, I feel like that's okay as a maximum. I think daylight is 4,500.
Yeah.
So that keeps it a little warm. And then, I mean, I don't think I know enough off the cuff to set a maximum for lumens, but they would probably be somewhere around 1,200 or something. That's like equivalent to a 100-watt bulb.
Yeah, I think it would be hard for us to actually
Yeah.
capture and review and verify that because it really takes a lighting consultant because the
Yeah.
lumens, the foot candles on the surface, it depends on the height that the light is mounted and all of that.
Yeah.
Right. And some of the shielded fixtures use a higher lumen to get less light out the way they're setting them up. So I wouldn't personally feel comfortable even piping in on that. I do feel comfortable with the
Color
The-
temp.
The color temperature, I agree.
the temperature, but
temperature.
not the other.
Okay, because yeah, it says task oriented, so it depends on the task. Right?
Right. And maybe, I don't know if that's a thing where a word like encouraged would be appropriate, but
Neil, don't forget to wash your hands.
What's the availability on things like 300, 3,000 color?
I'd say that's pretty broadly available.
I think 3,000 and 3,500 are actually like more common. 2,700 to 3,500 is pretty common.
Is
Yeah.
that in the spec, guys? Like, where would you see that?
Yeah, it'll say in the spec.
So
Okay,
it's
got it.
Camille, it's one
But
of
you
those
can
things-
always change the bulb
Right.
is the thing, unless they're like the LEDs
know.
that you have to replace the whole fixture when they go out.
Yeah, some
Okay.
of them that have non-changeable bulbs, that's an issue. But Camille, when you look when you look at like bulbs or fixtures, it'll almost always, and a lot of the LED fixtures actually have a switch where you can adjust it. You know, you take the cover off and there'll be a little switch. You can set it to 2.7, 3, 4, you know, they'll have 3 or 4 different capabilities in the same fixture.
Yeah, my recessed cans have that feature.
Right now, the warm dim is coming in on everything, so it gets trickier to prescribe.
Is it spec'd out on the exterior light fixture though, not the bulb with the fixture?
If the fixture it has an integrated
Built in.
LED, it'll
Yeah,
be
then it would.
spec'd out and you might have choices, but we shouldn't prevent people from being able to use bulbs. So then
Yeah,
hard to
so this will
control.
be good because then we can actually use this for enforcement. You know, like, because if people change the bulb and then it doesn't comply, we actually have something to point to that's, you know, that we can measure. Good. So it says specific activity in mind. Okay, so are we okay with this? Or are there more?
I'm okay with
Do we-
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As a general
Noise.
comment, do you think it would be helpful to include the checklist in the guidelines?
Oh, like as kind of like a worksheet?
Yeah,
Oh, use a worksheet format.
or at least have it be at the very beginning of the guidelines. Like, here's the checklist of what is generally required. And, you know, you could say like may not be applicable to small additions and renovations, check with your planner, but having the list there that says, you know, that they need the grading and drainage drawings, that they need, you know, existing and proposed site plan, the building sections, like the
Used to
front
have
door
that.
specification, garage door specification, lighting specifications, like the things that commonly get missed.
We used to have that, and actually,
It's like a separate document that people have to know to ask for though, right?
yeah, and I think it got kind of to be a bear for us because of the planners, because in the end, it was all subject to CDRC anyway. And, you know, something that staff might point out to say like, oh, this doesn't comply with the standards. Like when anything's on the fence, I just let it go because, you know, I let the CDRC make that decision. You know what I mean? I don't want to like.
I think
Have
it just
them-
might help us have more complete submissions because that's been a common issue. And then maybe that will take the burden off the planners a little bit.
Okay.
Or maybe they have to like fill out that form and provide it with their pre-app or something. I don't know. I always thought the
Yeah, 'cause
pre-app
remember
was
they
kind of
have to
like
do
right
the-
when you're about to apply and not like earlier in the process, but maybe people do their pre-apps at different points of design. I don't know.
Remember how like in the design review application submittal checklist, it says a narrative of compliance with the standards?
Yeah.
So that the worksheet would be in lieu of the narrative, you think?
Well, people aren't giving us narratives either.
I know, because I don't really think of it as like,
So no, I think the narrative is still needed because that's basically holding people's feet to the fire to say, okay, here's how my project actually complies with the guidelines, rather than I have building sections and floor plans and, you know, like if we actually enforce a narrative, then you know that you're saying, because we've had people come to hearings where we've said, have you seen the blue book before? Do you know what it
I
is?
don't know.
And they were kind of like, what?
Yeah.
So that's bad. We don't want people to not be looking at the guidelines. So
One
I
or
feel
the
like,
other, narrative or.
I think it should be both. I mean, honestly, when
Anyone
somebody's
else?
preparing a submittal package, they should be going down a checklist. And that's after the project is designed.
Yeah, and I think now that we have standards that are inclusive of other styles, I think it's more easily enforceable because it's like, we've obviously you guys have been allowing more modern looks that aren't like to the letter of the law compliant.
Mhm.
So maybe once this is updated, it would be easier to cite compliance. Any comments from you guys? Do you think a worksheet would be helpful? In lieu of the narrative, both?
I would call it a checklist rather than a worksheet.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I agree, Katie. You definitely ought to be reviewing the checklist or you're submitting. And I think the narrative is really helpful, makes you think about it.
Okay. righty, so going back to, I think we might be done. Noise is not something that I'm thinking that the CDRC wants in the standards. What do you think? Where's it? Fencing, like, I mean, this is not really appropriate, right? It's not even design related. Yeah, what do you guys think? Oh, except for the activity spaces should be located away from bedrooms.
Yeah, I think that's mentioned in another part of the,
Maybe privacy, is that where it's mentioned?
Oh, is that where it's? Okay.
yeah, I know it says to locate, high activity spaces away from low activity spaces on neighboring properties or something along those lines. So if it's redundant, I don't think we would need it twice.
There is a new piece of equipment can be used a lot, and it's heat pumps.
Yeah, it's heat pumps. It's already heat
And
pumps.
generators, a lot of people are having new
Yeah.
generators,
It's true.
but I don't know
High
that
activity areas.
none of those are usually part of the actual design review
Right.
aspect. That's more when it gets into building permitting.
I
Yep.
mean, we definitely don't need it more than one place. Maybe, maybe it's just appropriate within privacy to mention that there's visual privacy and there's acoustic privacy and like.
Yeah. That's
Here.
that's a great suggestion. And it might be worthwhile to just add a note under that noise part and say, because we still haven't really had a consensus on whether or not commercial and residential guidelines are going to be one document or two. But I think that the noise part is more applicable to the commercial projects.
But this is the residential standard, yeah.
Right, so as I say, we could just make a note to say, for noise, consider having this be part of just the commercial standards or something.
Was it physical privacy? Acoustical
I could say maybe visual.
or visual?
Yeah, visual and acoustic. is what I'm
Visual. Mention. And then under noise, so you're saying to save it for the commercial. So it doesn't
And
belong.
there's already a county noise ordinance.
Exactly. So I'm gonna say remove from residential standards.
Yeah, because then you've also got like noise complaints to the sheriff and stuff. So I don't know that it's really applicable, especially for residential.
Yeah. And include commercial. Okay. So that's there. So just forget this whole section. Because we kind of have this already in that privacy area. I'm going to say covered in privacy. Covered already. Okay. Is that it? Oh. Utilities and solar structures are necessary, but often a sightly component of residential construction consideration should be given to minimizing visual impact of such facilities. Property owners and project designers are encouraged to coordinate building utility and ancillary structure placement at the start of a project so that all zoning, environmental health design standards can be met, consistent with general plan. Install all new service lines underground for the segment extending from the nearest existing distribution point pole to the new home or addition. That's good, right? We like, this is definitely keep, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably captured in Public Works, but I think it's helpful for people to know early in the process before they start doing their utility coordination.
Yeah. I think this part is pretty good too, where it says ancillary structure shall be screened from view in a manner that's compatible with the building and site design. That's pretty good too, right?
Yeah.
To extent feasible, all ancillary structures should be located to the rear or side away from the street. I think that's all good. What do you
Yeah.
think? Although I can't say what this section is referenced all that much. So this goes away because it's not subject to design review. Or subject to the, what do you call it? The objective standards of the design review. But I think we hope to make all of these standards more objective, to John's point, right? Oh my God, are we done? Done with everything but landscaping. And shoot, we're like half an hour early. Maybe we should just cover landscaping and then like ask Linda to, because our next item is at 2:30.
Yeah.
Let's just cover landscaping until Linda has a chance to look at it. Can't believe we finished.
Camille, where would water conservation fit into any of this, or?
Under landscaping, I think, but if we have our own state WELO ordinance, the Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance, and that's kind of a moving, they're constantly updating it because whatever this drought is like never ending. So, it's the WELO prescriptive or performance method, but most everyone hand waters, and that's a way out of the WELO regs.
Yeah. What about gray water storage and stuff? Is that still not allowed in San Mateo County?
We have it. You can get a permit through environmental health, and you think you need a building permit, but there's a way to do it. It's not disallowed.
No, yeah, I know how to, yeah. I have it.
Oh.
But no, I just mean if there's a way to sort of push for other people.
Oh.
It used to be like because the backflow, because they don't want to get it contaminate the rest of the water system.
Is it design review though?
No, well, shape and drainage. No, I guess not. Well, yeah, because we have a drainage before they can submit. We have to have a drainage plan, I think. Yeah, before they submit for design review, they need to have a drainage plan. And
They do, but it's not a drainage is a county standard. It's not it kind of is a design standard, but inappropriately so probably.
Right, I get that. I just was trying to, it's more of an awareness thing that I wish everybody could, so. Same thing as not using sprinklers, but anyway, I'll talk to you then on a separate.
Okay, yeah, the county needs to push it better, you're right. Okay, landscaping, paved areas, fences, lighting and noise, so we're just looking at landscaping. Landscaping should complement and enhance the design of the home while harmonizing with the overall landscape character of the neighborhood. New landscaping should also harmonize with existing trees and vegetation remaining on site. Landscaping should not be used in place of other more permanent architectural solutions, but should be used to accent or enhance architectural features. When developing a landscape plan, consideration should be given to water availability and the function of landscaping, to provide shade or screening or to protect privacy, and location and species should be selected accordingly. For more detailed landscape plan requirements and minimum specifications, see the county's minimum standards for landscape plan. I don't think we have that anymore. So that is not. So I think maybe we need this. I think I think we need it. I think we've intended to have it, but I don't think we ever.
It seems like we should, yeah.
Yeah. County needs to develop.
So that's been referencing that for like 10 years and we don't
Yeah,
have one. Super.
probably 30 years or something.
Oh my God.
Okay. Wow, this is big. Require landscape plan prepared according to the county minimum standards, which we should develop. Finished landscape plan should be compatible with and enhance the design of the home and the trees and vegetation remaining on the site and surrounding neighborhoods. Tree removal and replacement shall be in accordance with standards. Replacement trees and new trees shall be from the list specifying recommended discouraged species in mid-coast adopted by the board.
Does that one exist?
No, yeah, but I think it's really out of date. Native and drought tolerant species are encouraged. So this one. And do we need this? Oh, I guess we need the native. The drought tolerant is covered by WELO, but
I think that saying that there is a list, if there is a list, is helpful because you know, a lot of times people are like, okay, I'll put a replacement tree, but they don't necessarily want to have to hire a landscape designer to help with the selection.
Yeah, so there are guides, like I know there's the Bay Friendly Landscaping Guide. This is the coast, I know.
I mean, maybe we could have a resources section at the end, an index or something where we
Yeah,
refer people to these things. And then, I mean, I would like the checklist to be included, but for example, if it weren't, that would also be the kind of document that we should be like, you should review these documents.
Yeah.
yeah.
And does it
So,
say anywhere other than the little do this, not this, that they encourage organic patterns rather than linear?
okay, so we'll need to. Okay,
Wash your hands, Camille.
what do you want? I don't understand that.
There's like a little reminder that keeps popping up at the bottom of your screen, and it says to remember to wash your hands before you eat.
It's weird because that's part of like, you know, like the thing that tracks your mousing and it's like your, it makes you take breaks for your ergo and whatever.
Oh
That's,
no,
that's the
I don't
thing
have
that
that.
tells me to wash my hands. Like what the heck? Okay.
I have nobody reminding me to sit up straight other than my husband.
You can download it. It'll be good for you. Like you've done too much mousing and too much typing in the last hour. You need to take a break. Put this into the standards. Okay, not linear, but organic. Call it pattern.
Yeah, and then I know that this is something that Linda has mentioned before, and I don't think it's necessarily spelled out in here either, but layering of different sizes and colors is encouraged.
Yeah. Okay. Let's add that.
Yeah, so from a design standpoint, it doesn't really tell them in the standards anything about design other than placing them along retaining walls, right?
Yeah. Okay, add. Like, is that like the high level, like medium level ground cover type thing?
Yeah, I mean, it could just be like a variety of sizes and shapes to create a layer or create depth, whatever. I don't know. I'm sure Linda has some really helpful verbiage that could capture this.
Okay, include a variety. To what?
I would say a variety of sizes and colors.
Camille, I've been quiet for a long time. I just want to pipe in and say, to me, words like encouraged belong in discussion. I hate things like that in standard.
Yes. Yes, I fully agree. Should just do is like a universal. It should be shall. Or
Yeah,
just
so it could say sizes and colors to create layers and depth in the landscape or something.
Where do we see the word encourage? Ah, here. Well, I think we don't need to talk about irrigation because I think it talks about irrigation in Wheelo.
Well, there's also encourage, well, you've got it clouded right above and C, but you know, native and drought tolerant species are encouraged.
Oh,
That to me, that's
Yeah.
something that belongs in discussion, not in a standard.
yeah. Well, but we don't want to require it because then,
But then it should be in discussion,
or
right?
how about maximize? How about maximize, John? Maximize use of native and drought tolerant species.
Right, but what does that mean? Like if we're gonna require them, we should say native and drought tolerant are required. Say, oh, maximize, encourage, all these kind of, it creates problems for everybody all the way through the process to me.
So
From
true.
design, from design to you having to interpret it, to us having to interpret it. You've got so many eyes on these plans, and when there is room for interpretation, it gets really difficult to decide who's right when a
We
word
could
like
just
encourage is
use
used.
native and drought tolerant plants.
Yeah, I would be for
Use,
that.
Yeah, and I think that we could also say use drought tolerant and native or similar climate, because I know that we
Yeah.
had that come up recently where there were some plants that were from like a similar Mediterranean climate that
Yeah, and
that are
like,
not necessarily
they
native, but they
really are
aren't
here.
invasive. So maybe we should say
Oh, yeah, everything says
non-invasive,
non-invasive.
non-invasive drought tolerant plants.
Right, right. And I mean, I would be all for something, if you want to leave room for people, I mean, you could put in a statement like, you know, others will be considered on a case-by-case basis, blah, 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 whatever.
Right.
You know, something like that. You want to leave a little room, but to just say encouraged, well, I tried, I used 2, that's all I could, I maximized with 2, you know, I mean, it just creates room for trouble.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Okay, wait, require landscape plan, finish landscape plan. So nothing here says like for new houses, you have to have a landscape plan. It says, but for additions, you don't. Do we want to say that? But if they're maintaining somehow their old landscaping, then maybe that's.
I think it would be good to point out, like, this is required for new development.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't want to have somebody come in, they're trying to do a small remodel and they have to do a landscape plan.
yeah.
Looks like under E, it actually does say, or no, under F, that it should be drought tolerant and either native or non-invasive plant species.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's kind of conflicting. Okay, so this is a repeat, but I kind of like this one, but this says all. Well, it is
Yeah.
all drought tolerant and
Yeah.
either one or this.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
think it does
actually
say
better.
all.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually better. So let's see, I'm gonna say delete native sentence.
Well, C is calling out trees specifically. But then,
Oh,
right, so C is trees specifically.
oh,
But
good
then
point.
how do you delineate all landscaping below? So I think I think there's definitely some room for improvement on both of those terms. We either need to call trees out separately or just get rid of it and say all landscaping.
Yeah. Delete native. I think it should just be. It says all landscaping, so that includes trees. Delete native discussion. It's in section. All landscaping. Okay. Nothing actually says like maintain like trees that are important for the neighborhood or something like that.
Heritage trees?
Yeah, or not even heritage, but just like significant trees that are.
Oh, significance. Good. What about tree heights?
Oh yeah, tree heights needs to be included.
I mean, aren't trees, I just went and fished out my standards, but I think trees are addressed somewhere else specifically, I think.
Really?
I think so. Let me look for it. I'll shut up and look for it, but I think so.
I think it used to be at the very end of the design standard, the design regs, design review regs. But I don't know if it's in this. I don't know that it's in this. Maybe it's existing. Settings and setting. These are all just blah blah background neighborhood character. Doesn't mention trees. Oh, this, John? Yeah, you're right. You're right, John. This is it. It's right here. So this is, okay, so it's covered here.
I was gonna say, I just saw that, and I also see on 25 here as well, it says tree removal and replacement shall be in accordance with section 65, 65.21, standards and protection of trees.
Okay.
So it's covered there as well, which is like it's landscaping, paved areas, fences, lighting, and noise, which we already went over, but yeah, it's referenced there as well.
So it just says minimize tree, retain heritage with priority placed on retaining. So
Is there a section for those standards? Is that the next section?
21. Still 20. Oh no, it's at the back of the design review standards, like I was saying here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Where's my share screen? Let's see. So if you go to design review section, '65. You'll see the back of this. Standards for the protection of trees and vegetation. Okay, that's this. All right, now. Second units, glossary, it's this. So it's this, it's not in this, it's not in the book. It's just at the back of the regs. And it's for all areas zoned DR. So it's not even specific necessarily to the coastal zone. So that's what that's referencing.
Right, and then we have the tree, the heritage tree, the ordinance as well, that's specific to
Yeah.
tree.
Yeah. So let me reshare. So then going back to the landscaping. So that's covered. Do we, I don't know.
Reference it.
65, 65, 21, yeah. Finished landscape plans shall include provisions for watering plants as needed to ensure initial plant growth, different watering systems, including low cost, low technology systems may be appropriate. That's fine. Landscaping along retaining walls is encouraged using planted areas along the bottom and top of walls to reduce their apparent height and blend. All landscaping shall be drought tolerant. Oh, so here are some references, but yeah, we can include a reference guide at the back, like a reference list. No plant species listed as noxious weed. The requirement for drought tolerant landscaping shall not apply to fruits and vegetable gardens. Smooth transition between development and adjacent open areas shall be maintained through the use of landscaping plant materials which are native or appropriate to the area. Utilize it as well as embo retention cells to aid in treatment of stormwater and dry water runoff where appropriate. Should we take this out? Because this is more drainage again. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to argue that.
They
I
kind of
would say-
cross into our rain ponds that we do for drainage, but
Well, I mean, I think, Camille, this was written prior to kind of civil being required for drainage and all that. I
Yeah.
think that could go.
Yeah. Cool. Anything else on landscaping? And then we could just take a break.
Okay, and do we want to reference, if we're talking about trees and heritage trees, do we want to reference that? Because that's a different section than that 65, whatever it is up there.
Oh, reference up to the trees section?
Yeah, because I can look quickly and find, I've got it saved somewhere here, but it's, there's an actual specific call out for heritage trees and preservation and all that and standards.
It's this one, right?
Yeah, but it's not, I mean, it's a countywide, the countywide tree ordinance, the one.
Oh, that one. You know why the tree ordinance doesn't really apply, John, only because it's why, like say if you build a house and you have to remove 2 trees, you don't have to get a separate tree removal permit because tree removals are included in the design review.
No, I totally, I know that.
Okay.
But I can speak from experience that I've had the standards that are, they have applied them to.
They have applied them. Okay.
They've applied them to me, and
They probably shouldn't have.
They encourage you to design around them where possible. The smaller ones are not a problem, but when you get into the bigger ones, especially with some neighborhood pushback, and I'm actually in favor of trying to save the old cypresses and whatever. I mean, I'm not trying to make it hard for people, but I do think it needs to be considered. Those trees take 100 years to grow or whatever. I mean,
so kind of neighborhood significant, or like kind of neighborhood trees, like trees significant to the neighborhood. Is that?
Yeah, or heritage tree.
character.
There's a definition for heritage tree if it's over 36 or whatever. I can't remember it offhand, but there's a certain size that kind of puts it up.
I know, but I think it excludes cypresses, doesn't it? I think it excludes.
I can't remember. Let me look. I've got it.
Let me look too. I think that if there's any findings in the tree ordinance, John, I think we should fish them out if you like them and put them into this, because we don't ever open the tree ordinance for design review. So.
Okay. Heritage tree, any of the following: class 1, any tree or grove of trees so designated after board inspection, blah, blah, blah. Class 2, any of the following trees, healthy and generally free from disease with diameter equal to or greater than the sizes listed. All Santa Cruz cypress.
Well, these are Monterey.
Yeah. It's in Douglas fir of more than, let's see, Canyon live oak.
I don't think it's here.
They're laurel, nutmeg, redwood. I don't see Monterey cypress listed.
Yeah, you know why? I mean, it's just too common. That's why I think that's why they didn't include it here. I mean, California, what do you call it? Coast live oak's really pretty common too, but
right.
But I guess, yeah. So it's not, so even, I mean, I think I don't know, with, not to name specific examples of trees, but there's trees in the neighborhood that are like the grandfather trees that are like, like make the neighborhood kind of,
right.
It would be a different neighborhood if that tree wasn't there. Those trees shall be maintained,
Absolutely.
Maintained and okay. Anything else about trees?
No.
Okay. All right, do you guys want to take a 15-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Camille, quick question.
Yeah.
Totally unrelated to this. Is Sheena still the resource management person?
RCD?
What? Yeah, I guess RCD.
I think she's with RCD, right? She was like the tree, she was the one that was helping with the tree stuff.
Yeah, is she still in that
removals?
position?
I think so, but we got that ordinance, we got that hazard tree policy now that allows you, I mean, that's what she was working on, is like a countywide policy to get rid of eucalyptuses for fire purposes. So that's still in place.
So she would be the person to talk to about that?
No, I would be the person to talk to about that. I mean, planning would be, like, it's our ordinance. Here, you can still see my screen, right?
Yeah, no, I meant more in relation to like, who do we contact to have eucalyptus trees removed that are in the right of way that CAL FIRE has said are an issue with defensible space.
Oh, DPW.
Okay.
So, I'm not to be here for the next one, right?
Okay, right.
I recused you. Can
Okay.
you, is Glenn just gonna kick me out? Am I allowed to listen but not be a panelist? So I know what's going on?
You have to be outside the room, meaning you have to log off and then log back on hopefully for the next item.
Okay, can someone, Katie, can you text me when it's done so I can log back on for the next
Yeah.
item?
Yeah, for sure.
And then I may have to log off and log on again from the 4:31 because I think I'm gonna have to take it from my car.
In relation to that, Camille, since we are doing virtual meetings and somebody isn't actually in the room.
Yeah.
Is it too complicated to get that updated? Because I mean, it's like the same as someone listening to a recording afterwards, right?
I don't think they should be in the room, Katie.
Are there recordings made available? Because it is
Yeah.
tricky.
Yeah, it's weird that you have to request it and that they're not just listed for people to be able to go like.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
hard to
just
not know
request it
what's
from
happening.
Glenn. Huh?
It's just hard, like if we have a continuance to know how to address it, if I wasn't able to hear what was happening in the meeting.
Yeah, they're recorded. All our meetings recorded. Just
Okay.
request it from Glenn.
Just request it, okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. See you guys at 2:30.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks. Hey, Glenn, I'm back.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello,
Hey, John.
yes,
By the way, I won't be here for the second Algranada item.
right.
Sure, you'll be fine.
Yeah, now Mark
Oh.
just, oh, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead, Glenn.
So Mark, just for information, I sent out our email earlier about the reviewer and the chair and the committee representative who needs to cover item 1. I accidentally sent you an email. Just want to let you know that John will be able to cover that item. So we will have John and Katie to cover the first item. So Mark, you don't need to review the first item. Don't need to participate in the forum.
I missed that last bit. Sorry about that, Glenn.
Yeah, so I said there will be a quorum of 2 for item 1. They'll include John and Katie. And I accidentally sent an email to Mark previously, so just want to make sure Mark knows that he won't need to review item 1.
I think I did get that. But I'm gonna be here for 3.
Yeah, so you will review item 3 on the agenda.
Okay. All right, very good, Glenn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, so I think we're ready to start reviewing item 1. I'll check the participants room to make sure we have the architects and the owner joining us. Give me 1 moment, please.
And this is you, John?
Yes, this is me.
Okay.
Okay, and so I don't see the architect and owner in the attendees list. Please raise your hand if you're the architect. I just saw that Paul and Tom raised their hands. I'm going to allow you to speak. Once I allow you to speak, please identify yourself, please. Paul, I just unmuted you. Please accept the invite, and you may begin speaking by identifying yourself. And now if you can, so now you're on mute, please unmute yourself, then now you may begin speaking.
Yes, this is Paul Langlois. I'm representing Rebecca Gatkin, the architect.
Okay, and I can identify other members on your team, so I can give them permission to speak.
So Tom is the landscape architect on the job.
Yeah, now Chris Nicola, that I guess that's the owner, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, Paul, I'm going to promote you to panelist, so that way the Zoom will allow you to have more to be able to access more functions, including the share screen function.
Okay.
And now I see, okay. Chris, I just promote you to panelist. Please accept the invite. Then now once you accept the invite, then you can mute or unmute yourself. Okay, I think you had the whole project team for item 1 is here. Please confirm. Paul, please confirm you all the members of your project team are here.
Yes, I believe they are.
Okay, okay, since we have your full project team, that now we may begin to review item 1. And now the chair for item 1 is committee representative, Mr. John Stedman.
Well, I'd like to get started on it, say overall. Looks like a great project, actually. It's well done. I have a few minor issues, but I'd love to hear what anybody has to say, say about it.
Hey, sorry, excuse me, John. So please read the project descriptions first.
Oh, read the project descriptions first.
Yes, it's on the agenda. If you
Yes. I didn't realize I
yeah,
was supposed to do that.
yeah.
1 second.
Thank you very much. So you need to read the full project description before we can begin we can ask the architect or anyone on the team to introduce the project to us and maybe make a brief presentation.
Okay, so Glenn, so I've never had to be the lead on one of these, so you're gonna have to walk me through. So what I've got here, I've got the project narrative from from Rebecca. Where is the project description?
I
The
didn't
project
actually
is-
get the project narrative.
The project description is available in the agenda. I can share the agenda with you if you don't have one in front of you.
Yeah, I did not find the agenda today on this, so that's where I'm lacking.
Yeah, let me send.
I'm also lacking a project description if there was something prepared by Catkin Architecture.
That was also on the agenda, and it's the second, there's a narrative on the,
Online.
yeah, and
Yeah,
John, I'll
Under
just,
under correspondence.
yeah, under correspondence. John, I'm just gonna read this for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm
All right.
seeing it now though. So
Yeah, go ahead then.
yeah. So we've got consideration of a design review recommendation for the renovation of a 3,067 square foot, 2-story single family residence, including removal of a 328 square foot unpermitted addition, raising of a garage slab, raising of the roof, and construction of a new 647 square foot basement on a legal 5,168 square foot parcel associated with the staff level grading permit. Project will result in a reduction of 288 square feet in floor area and 400 square feet in lot coverage. Project involves 316 cubic yards of grading, which is 270 yards of cut and 46 yards of fill, and no tree removal. CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the design review and grading permit after September 8th, 2022. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete July 14th, 2022, and the project planner is Angela Chavez. And that should be it.
So I will just read Angela's email for the record. So Angela can be reached at achavez@smcgov.org.
Okay.
And John, you should ask them to present their project.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. So would you feel free to feel free to present your project. Looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah, if you would like to share your screen, feel free to use the share screen feature.
This is Tom Conroy with Kikuchi Kankel Design Group. We are the landscape architects associated with the project. And at Rebecca's request, we will be presenting the project. And I'm going to share my screen. So we've been working with, as part of the design team with clients for a couple of years on different options for site improvements and architectural improvements. The overall goal for the project, both the building remodel and for the site work, are to improve the existing features on a pretty challenging site right now. There are a few different overages, both in site and in floor area development that have taken place by previous owners. And it's been a great process to work with the owners to address some of those issues and to really make the building and the site tie together a little bit better. The overall project removes a large unpermitted existing front deck and changes or reduces the severity of the existing driveway slope. We've accomplished the latter by raising the garage floor by about 12 inches and then raising the building roof line to and the garage roof line commensurately to match that, and both of those stay underneath the building envelope.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt and ask you to repeat yourself. You said that those were accomplished by raising the garage. What were you accomplishing?
The current driveway slope is something on the order of can't recall exactly, but it's something to the degree of 14 or 15%. And by raising the garage slab by I think it was 15 inches, 12 or 15 inches, We were able to reduce the driveway slope to about 6%, which makes it a much more navigable garage entrance.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you again.
No problem. Other than the minor raising of the roof of both the garage and the building, the overall changes to the front facade are pretty minor. Removing the existing deck is a big one, of course, but we've developed a new pedestrian entrance out to the street and accomplished the spanning the lower slope, or the slope between the front of the house and the street, with a glass bridge that ties into some of the other design language on the building. The existing materials remain on the upper stories, painted stucco in a neutral colors. I think there's a color board. You can see the proposed colors for the stucco. On the lower areas and in some of the detail spots, like around the entrance, we're proposing to use a natural stone material, again, to dress up the facade and to give it a little bit more presence and connection to the ground plane. There's some adjustments to window locations on both the front and on the sides, although they're relatively minor. Most of the work is a real interior rearrangement of spaces. I'm going to jump to the proposed elevations. On the rear of the building, there is a large deck. Now that deck is existing. The new deck will remain in its entire, in the same plane, in the same elevation and the same depth. There's a minor reorganization of the windows and doors along the rear facade, although the overall proportion of glass to building wall remains about the same as it is right now. Generally, the roof lines are matching the existing conditions. They are just brought up on the first floor. On the lower floor, we're lowering the floor level in order to get a little bit of a better connection from the bedroom areas to the site. As I mentioned, it's a pretty challenging site with a lot of topography and not a lot of space in which to make those transitions. But lowering that lower level floor does help us get to the site. Overall, there's about 400 square feet of unpermitted lot coverage that we are able to remove, about 290 square feet of unpermitted FAR that we are removing, and there's about 640 square feet of impervious surfaces that we are able to remove from the project.
Where is the FAR being removed?
There is currently an unpermitted addition in under the garage. There's an encroachment under the garage, and that area is being removed. You can see here it's shaded. This area is being returned to a crawl space area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's no change in overall footprint on the building, if that helps answer the question too.
Yeah, that's why one of my clarifying questions was about where that area was being removed, because I didn't really understand that it was being converted back to crawl space. So thank you for clarifying.
Yep. I'm happy to answer any questions to the extent that I can on the building, although I think Paul Langlois may be better versed in answering some of the more technical questions. We do have our office developed a full landscape plan that I'm happy to go into in whatever depth you would like. Beyond that, I'm available for any questions.
The main question I had was already asked and answered. I wasn't totally clear about what was being removed, but I do see that now, that the shading wasn't totally clear, but I understand it now. Most of the issues I have are just minor discrepancies in some of the elevations. I don't know, when I look at the proposed, the proposed roof line off natural grade, it's right up to the edge of what I'm seeing is okay, but I don't think there's an issue with that, but I would like to talk about those ridge line elevations and being slightly inconsistent.
Yeah, so just from a process standpoint, John, the next thing that we would do in our sort of sequencing is that the people reviewing the project, you and myself, would ask clarifying questions to the design team. And then once we've asked our questions, we would open it up to public comment. And once the public comment has been finished and we close public comment, that's when you and I can discuss internally about any design concerns that we have.
Okay. Well,
Do you have any clarifying questions for the design team?
No, I've looked the plans over. I think, I've got a lot of faith in Cocoon. I know Steve, and I think the plans look great overall. Like I say, I don't see any issue. I don't have any clarifying questions, to be honest, other than that's not true. I was one of my notes here that I missed. The glass, I did notice the glass on the garage doors called out as obscured, but the front door, the glass is not called out. Is that going to match the garage? That is one question I had, is what is the glass call out on the front door?
I don't know that we have specified that. I could ask the owner to weigh in on that. And yeah, that would be my.
I would guess based on the sheet A 0.2, I see the entry door is called out as a Fleetwood 4400T pivot. I don't think that that's intended to be obscured and black. I think it's probably just a glass door.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm seeing in that rendering that's showing right now also.
And that would be my preference, unless the owner was wanting that obscured for privacy.
No, I didn't know if that was, to me, it's not a concern as far as consistency with the glass. I mean, I do see that, the garage door is black and obscured glass, but I think that's, if the owners are wanting a cleared front door.
Yeah, it looks like the owner has chatted
yes.
that that's correct, that they would like it to be clear.
Yeah, it's fine. That's no issue for me at all. No issue for me at all. I didn't see it called out, and I didn't know if that was a possible design issue for anyone else, but it's actually not for me, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple clarifying questions. Some of them we've already answered, and I actually organized and downloaded all these files, I think, too early, because now that I looked back to see the narrative, I'm seeing that there's updated plans for all these projects that I've already marked up. So that's super. But one of my questions was about on the north elevation, if you wouldn't mind navigating to that sheet, it's A3.0. I was curious why the awning window is shaded gray.
That's a bathroom window.
So is that to indicate that it would be obscured glass?
It is obscured glass, yes.
Okay, all right. So I would just like to request that the design team add a note on that so that it's clear that it's not clear. Haha.
Okay.
So that would be helpful to understand that. And then it looks like there was a window on the east elevation that was also obscured that has been removed in this updated plan set. So I'm kind of going back and forth between my sets now. Okay, so that answered that question. Let me just check and make sure I didn't have any other notes taken in this set. Yeah, I think that's all I had for clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, and now if you don't have any additional clarifying questions, then now the chair may ask me to open for public comments.
Please open for public comments.
Okay, per the chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 1. We have received a letter from the project architect, Miss Rebecca Catton, prior to this meeting, and the letter has been uploaded to the meeting webpage prior to this meeting. According to Miss Catton's email received prior to this meeting, she would like to make one minor correction to the letter. The original letter states that the impervious surface will be unchanged. Ms. Catkin states that in her email saying that the impervious surface is actually proposed to be significantly reduced. I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature, to raise your hand to speak on that item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. I don't see any raised hands. For those on Zoom, are there any persons who wish to speak on this item number 1? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hand to this item. As a reminder, for those joining by telephone, press *9. Will raise your hand. Okay, Chair, there are no raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Definitely like to close public comment. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. And just for information, John, the next step is internal CDRC discussion.
Okay. Shall we get to it?
Yeah. Did you want to share your thoughts on the project and then I'll follow?
I do, absolutely. I think it's very well done. And the only thing going over the plans for me, the only questions I had, as I mentioned earlier, apparently out of order. Apologies for that. There's a bit of a discrepancy if you go to AB1 and it's calling out, as existing. It's calling out the existing ridges on the garage as 252.1. The house, which is the east-west ridge, is 251.2. Garage floor is 239.4. A1.0, which goes to proposed, continues to mirror that same ridge height. So I think that's just probably an oversight, but it still calls those out as 252.1 for the garage and 251.2 for the house of the east-west. But it does show the garage floor coming up to 240.88.
You're looking at the elevations or at the roof plan?
Looking at let me get back to those sheets real quick.
Elevation.
Yeah, elevations, I think. So it's the proposed site plan and existing. So if you look at the ridges on the proposed site plan and the finished floor of the garage, the proposed ridges weren't adjusted to the ridge heights aren't correct on the proposed site plan A1.0.
So let's see, 0, and I see 251.2, 252.1. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so that's something that we would just need to ask the design team to make sure that they coordinate that.
Right, just get those jived up. But as you go down, as we get down to AB 3.0, which is the existing exterior elevations, again, those also, if you look at the east-west ridge is then called out as 250.87, which again doesn't jive with
match the site plan.
It doesn't match the site plan exactly.
Yeah, so for the design team, which are the correct existing elevations? Is it the site plan or the elevations? I assume it would be the site plan, but
I believe, I would have to dig into that. I can't answer that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, so based on the
Okay.
narrative, I think that it was mentioned, how much, let me see, I'm pulling it up. Mentioned what the increase in height, I think it might have just said slightly though.
Yeah, I'm just, and looking, and looking at proposed elevations at 3.0 at the south elevation with the chimney removed. It looks to me like we're at the absolute limit as far as the junction of the two roof ridges. There's not a lot of room to play with, so I think we need to be very careful about those elevations and make sure that we're correct.
Okay, so what we can do is, in the letter, however the project proceeds, we can capture in there that we want clarification and confirmation that the new proposed roof heights do not exceed the 28-foot height limit.
Right, I'm totally fine with just making a note on that, making correct it. Staff can check it. I just thought it should be called out because they are a little bit different here and there, and we're only talking I think they're 4 inches under max, so needs to be clear.
Right. Okay.
And that was really honestly my only issue was the discrepancies in the elevations.
Okay, thanks for pointing those out.
You're welcome.
So I just wanted to comment on the project design overall. I think that it's a really nice design. It's a very clean and refreshing update to the existing home. I like the warm and natural color palette that's used. I like the use of the limestone tile on the exterior. I appreciate how that's been brought around the different sides of the elevation. It definitely is an improvement over what is predominantly a single material of stucco on the existing home. So I think that I see a lot of improvement in regards to conforming with the design guidelines. It provides more wall articulation. I think that there's a lot more cohesion with the proposed window design than what was existing. And I think that now that I understand the reason for pushing the garage up, I think that makes a lot of sense. That was one of my questions. I can understand wanting to raise the plate height for the home, but I wasn't sure why that was happening for the garage. But knowing that it's resolving a driveway slope issue, I think that that's great. So overall, all of the changes that I'm seeing are an improvement. And I think that the reduction of the non-conforming lot coverage and the non-conforming floor area is definitely appreciated. I love that there's a very well-developed landscape plan. And I really don't have any concerns about the project. There were a couple questions that I had, and they basically have all been answered. So yeah, I think that this looks great. I definitely appreciate that the applicant has provided garage door, front door, and lighting specifications, and really unified the design with the use of materials. So thank you for bringing a really strong project and for working on making it more conforming with the zoning standards and the design guidelines.
I couldn't agree more, Katie. It's just a well done set of plans and professionally presented, and it's easy when they're like this. It's easy.
Yeah,
So,
you got lucky. You got an easy one for your first review.
yeah. So, well, I still floundered it though. I managed to make a few mistakes here and there, but hey.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
in the
definitely a
future,
pleasure.
whoever is the architect on the projects with you can help guide you through those steps also. So what would happen next is that we would ask the applicant if they would like us to take a vote on the project, or if they would like to request a continuance to change things when we've asked for no changes.
Okay, well, I'll move on to that step. Thank you for the prompt.
Sure.
Would you like to render to the owners and applicants, would you like to move forward with a decision, or would you like to hold off for any of the concerns we voiced?
We could go forward, please.
Okay, wonderful. So do we just ask for a vote?
Yeah, Glenn's going to formally go through that part.
Okay.
The next step is someone needs to make a motion.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve this project with only the comment of coordinating the proposed ridge elevations in relation to grade to confirm they don't exceed the 28-foot height maximum.
And I'll second that.
Okay, and now I will take a roll call. Katie Kostyuk,
Yes.
John Statman.
Yes.
Okay, project approved, recommendation approved. Thank you, and congratulations.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
guys.
Great. Thank you very much.
Congrats on your
Thank you.
project.
Great,
Thanks.
great. Good luck. We're neighbors, so I'll take a look once in a while.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we finished item 1 early, and the next item 2 is scheduled to be heard at 3:30 p.m. So we have 30 minutes before that, and now we are not supposed to begin the review before the scheduled time. So we will take a 3-minute break, and now we will come back at 3:30.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
good. All righty. Thank you. We'll see you then.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Glenn, and now we're at 3:30. Please let me know if you're here. And, once everyone's here, that now we may begin reviewing item number 2. And I see the project team members. They are some of them are here. So I've sent you an invitation for you to become a panelist. That way you have the permission to mute or unmute yourself, and also you can share your screen. So please accept my invite. And now if you have any questions or issues, please let me know.
What?
Hi, David. We can hear you.
Hey, Glenn, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
And I see Chris just accepted the invite, and I'm waiting for a few more people to join this meeting as a panelist. Give me one moment, please. I see Chris and Kevin Young. You guys are the owners, and now please accept this invitation so you can share your screen and mute or unmute your microphone. Maria is also a key member of the project team. Please accept this invitation so you can mute or unmute yourself. And now, David, since you're here, can you please identify any additional members on your project team? I see Tara Firma and Gary Beck. Are they part of your team?
Yes, and Richard Goswick will be joining too.
Okay. Okay, so I have sent Tara invitation, and also I sent one to Gary.
Great. Thank you.
And who else? Richard?
I believe that is it, Glenn.
Okay, sounds good. That now we may begin. And just for information, John. So the first thing we'll need to do is you need to read the project description. And now after that, the architect or the project team members can start their presentation.
Very good. I'll get going then.
Thank you so much.
So, hello, everyone. We've got owners of Calvin and Doris Young, applicant Myra or Myrea, pardon my pronunciation, Garcia, Lee and Braze Engineering are shown as the applicants. We're looking at Palma Street in El Granada, and the parcel is 047-215-340. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow construction of a new 2,027 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 726 square foot 2-car garage on an existing 5,311 square foot undeveloped parcel. Certificate of compliance is PLN 2022-00200, associated with a staff level grading permit. Project involves the removal of 6 trees and 665 yards of grading, which is 645 yards of cut, 20 yards of fill. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the design review and grading permit after September 8th, 2022. This project was scheduled for continued consideration from the March 10th, 2022 meeting. Project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. The application is deemed complete July 22nd, 2022. Project planner is Glenn Gia. And Glenn, do you give your email address or do I do that?
You can do it, please.
Okay, Glenn can be contacted at bjia@smcgov.org.
Thank you very much. And the project team, you may begin presenting. And if you like to share your screen, that will be very helpful. And you please feel free to use the share screen feature.
Hi, Glenn. Sorry,
Before
before
we
we
jump
get
in
started,
too much, I just wanted to request that in the presentation from the applicants, if you can walk us through how you've addressed each item in the continuance letter, that would be very helpful.
Great. So,
Oh, sorry, David. Before we get started, can you please have Brian Koch join us too? He is part of Terra Firma.
Okay, I
Landscape.
have no invitations to make them
All right.
lists.
Thanks, Glenn.
thank you, Julie.
Yeah, just for project team's information, regarding the continuous letter, I provided that to you previously. If you have trouble finding it, you can go to the meeting webpage. It's been uploaded as part of the meeting material packet on the website.
Thanks. I see it there. It's really helpful.
Yeah, I was just hoping the applicant can actually address each comment as they do their presentation so that we can understand how they're responding to the continuance.
Great. And Glenn and everyone, if this is David Goswick, if I could just give a 1 or 2 minute opening statement. It's been a kind of crazy day. Richard Goswick and I are different locations. Our mom had a very serious stroke this morning, and we have been with her in ICU today, and we just got settled in our locations about 15 minutes ago. So Richard will be joining in just 1 second, but we appreciate this time. This is a very, very important project for us. It's so important for Calvin and Doris Young. And I'm based out of Houston, and this has been a long journey to build something really special and great. And the Youngs reached out to us several years ago, wanting a high performance, beautiful home that could fit within the community. And this really, I think tonight is the culmination of that. And I believe what we're delivering is something that is not just great for this community, but it would be great in a lot of communities. So our team we're doing work with some elite schools of architecture. We're currently working on NSF and HUD programs for one of the top school of architectures in the US. And so we appreciate this process. I want to say that we appreciate the process, but the urgency of building this home is kind of now. So thank you for that. And Maria, if you or Gary could pull up the plans and address each topic according to Katie's request. And Glenn, when you asked me if Katie was part of our team, I couldn't quite hear you. But Katie, you're with the design review committee, correct?
Correct. I'm one of the 2 architects that are on the committee, and then there's also a community representative that's reviewing the project.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify, so I didn't want to use. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hear you.
This is Mireya. I'll be screen sharing the plans. Give me 1 second.
And Maria, just one quick recommendation. If you can put the continuous letter and the project plan side by side, that may be very helpful. But yeah, so I'm not sure if that's practical.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for having that response letter.
Mm-hmm. David, let me know when you want to start, and I'll pull up the appropriate plans.
Please, if you could launch into it, Maria, that would be very helpful. And I'm getting Richard in right now. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So let me see. A quick overview. I think that in the previous meeting, the comments were that the house was not stepping with the hillside. I think that was one of the major comments from last time.
Yeah.
With a couple of other changes, minor changes throughout the site. So as you can see, overall, the house did change. And it was, the way that we decided to do it was the house didn't itself step with the hillside, but the grading outside of it, the backyard did. So let me go into each of the comments and address those. The first one was to blend the home into the site and reduce height and apparent mass, bury the home into the site some more. So the house finished floor was dropped by 1 foot. It was previously at I believe 120, 134.25, and it was dropped to 133.25. This helped with the stepping of the hillside into the hillside, and then also it helped with the height limitation shown on the section here. To show compliance that it is below the 28-foot height maximum requirement. And this section is taken at the midpoint of the property of the house, the highest point of the house. Now going into the backyard portion of it a little bit more. At the first level, we have a door stepping out into the a walkway where it then steps up 2 steps, continues up towards the hillside, and then has another 2 steps coming out to the larger back patio portion. So this allowed us to keep a minimum like 4 and 3 inch retaining height for the wall in the backyard, while still giving like a gradual, pathway up to the backyard. So that was a 2-foot gain. Should I just go through each of the comment of the
Yes,
comments?
please.
Yes, please, thank
Okay.
you.
The second one was to reduce the apparent mass and scale by stepping the house up to the existing grade to conform with the existing topography. So the preference was to step the house with it, but because of the tripping hazard inside of the home, we decided to do the outside stepping instead of the inside home stepping. So this allows for the owners to have a consistent, one level layout inside of the house without having to break it up, and still, meeting the county's requirements for stepping with the hillside. The next comment was to revise the layout of the stairs to create a more compact sitting footprint. I think the preference was for the stairs to come out to the driveway and not to the walkway. So we did change that. And then we provided, we couldn't do like a straight shot all the way to the main entry. So we broke it up into little segments where it's still meets the city's requirement, the county's requirement. Give me 1 second, let me pull up the. stairs. Mm.
You don't need to go into too much detail. We can ask clarifying questions, but if you can just briefly walk us through each item, we want to make sure we have enough time for all the elements of the hearing and the review.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Great, thank you.
So the next comment was consider starting stairs from the driveway instead of the street. This is what the design shows. Also consider different railings to reduce the apparent mass. The new railing is shown right here. And then reduce apparent mass and scale by reducing plate heights to lower overall height of the building. So as I mentioned before, it was dropped an additional foot, and then the section was revised to show the appropriate the matching elevations to the survey. I think before it was a little off. Allow the front entrance to become more prominent as the front entry by reducing the ornamental appearance of the side entry. For this one, the columns, I think on the side entries were removed. On both sides. Secondary alternative roof forms such as shed roofs to reduce massing. On the side entrances, we have removed the columns and added structural corbels to support the roof while creating the impression of less massive elevation. Provide greater contrast in the materials and color palette. As you can see here in the new rendering, there's the white trim with the gray paint color. Different grays to further break up the mass. Revise the material of the retaining wall in the driveway and garage door to be more consistent with the other material. Introduce another complementary color or different shade of the main body color to help visually break up the massing, reduce and simplify the amount of ornamentation and design details. So the site rear cut volume was reduced by adding steps. The design intent was to apply split face concrete masonry units for all retaining walls. You can see the new driveway drill. Shown here on the rendering. Provide the landscape plan to be less busy and more organic. Reduce the amount of trees along the sides of the property to reduce crowding. So the landscape design was adjusted and it complies with the WELO erosion requirements and minimum of water consumption. This is the new landscape plans. We reduced the amount of larger trees on the sides of the house, but still maintaining the smaller ones right here. Call out setbacks on the site plan, roof plan and site elevations in addition to the civil drawing. This was revised on sheet A50. And sheet A55, it has been removed. Remove the gas fireplace from the floor plan and redesign the firebox. The fireplace, as you can see right here, it doesn't stick out anymore. And it was removed. Fireplace is now electric. Identify certain directions on the elevations with view titles. So north arrow and all that was added to sheet A50. Provide demonstration of area plans measured that to the outside face of wall as outlined in the zoning. Provide an area schedule for FAR and lot coverage. So room areas are to the interior of the room wall. This is shown on sheet A50, A100, and A150. And then additionally, the total building areas are added as a table based on using the building footprint, which includes the exterior walls. And then coordinate elevation and sections to topographical plan to show at least one sheet that clearly depicts the natural grade and the roof heights in one location. So the roof elevation compliance section is revised to show correct elevations and taken at the highest point of the house, as previously mentioned, and this is shown on sheet A500. Sorry, 550. So those are all of the comments. Did you guys have any questions?
I don't think I have any clarifying questions. Do you, Katie?
No, it's a lot, obviously, to
Yeah.
get through. But at this time, I don't think I have any clarifying questions.
And John, do you have any questions? If not, then please ask me to open for public comments.
Well, it's since this has been through prior on a couple of occasions, Glenn, there are some questions. I'm not sure they're clarifying questions as far as this letter goes, so I think I should hold off on those and have you go ahead and open public comment. I don't
I think you could go ahead and ask them at this time.
Okay, well, I just don't have a basis in this project. I've got a raft of questions. I just am kind of wondering, you know, it's an uphill site. I'm noticing your front setback is, I believe it's 28.5 feet. And I'm just trying to understand why it's pushed so far back, which is, I think, creating a lot of the issues that are attempting to be addressed here. I'm kind of struggling to understand the concept of what happened to get to this point. So it may be beyond that. I'm just hoping that, you know, I can get it before it's all done. But one of the questions I have, that the first thing I noticed when I opened these plans was the seal of the city of Half Moon Bay on the top.
Yeah,
And,
that's something I noticed in the prior review and didn't really dig into because it didn't really matter. But yeah, it's not
right.
city.
Well, that doesn't matter, but it also says Half Moon Bay single family residential design guidelines. And I just had an honest question, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but you know, I part of me wondered if this wasn't designed using the Half Moon Bay standards rather than the counties at initially or something. I just wondered how that happened. So I fully understand the gravity of this and how it feels to be on that side, but I do just, you know, sitting here right now, just giving my question for right now is I'm just initially, I'm not understanding why it's pushed so far back on the parcel when you've got, you know, that seems to compound the problems to using this plan on this particular parcel.
Yeah,
Can the
so
design team address that question, please?
Murray or Gary, will you address that, please?
I think the original, this is Gary Beck.
Right, Gary.
The original design was based on recommendations from the builder and the owner, but also there was an understanding of minimum typical grades for driveways based on the sections and elevations of the property. So if you were to move it further forward, the driveway would have to be, the slope of the driveway would get to the point of being extreme to where the rollover could be a problem. So I think part of that was, that's what I noticed initially was we needed that distance for the slope of the driveway. And the basic concept of a two-car garage driving under and then going up from there. And we can't cut the building into the site any more than it is. It's cut into the site quite a bit. It works with the retaining walls on 2 of the sides, but cutting it further in I think it would cause problems. It would, visually, lighting, moisture, a lot of things start happening when you try to submerge a structure into a hillside.
No, I'm a builder myself, and I understand that aspect of it. I guess my bigger concern, what it feels like to me is that, I hear you saying, driveway profile and all that, which I understand, and those concerns are legitimate, but I just, my initial thought when I looked at this is it feels, and it feels as if it wasn't designed to fit the site. I think you're trying to take the plan and make the site fit the design, and it's feeling a bit awkward to me. And I'm just trying to understand the thought process, and if there's a reason for it. I want to get behind it and understand what's happening and why.
And John, this is David. This was not a plan trying to find a site. This plan was created specifically for this site. And
okay, yeah, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I didn't mean that to be adversarial. I'm being as honest.
I mean, I think we can pick this up again in the discussion period.
Yeah, I think
also, we have an answer. And we can circle back on it,
yeah,
right?
To me, I hear what you're saying. I looked at it and thought the whole thing, if you just shifted it forward a bit and did a little bit of, I was just trying to understand the placing of, the placing and siting of the structure. So, and again, I'm actually fairly new at this phase. I've been in your seat many times. Being on this side is a fairly new thing for me. So, pardon me if I'm stepping outside of protocol, but
No, you're not. I think it's a great point, and I totally want to follow up on it because I think that there's
definitely additional discussion.
I think we all want to have a little additional discussion on that point. I think it's a great point about the setback, and it's good to know that the driveway slope is part of the factor there because you guys are actually still well under what the county allows. But I think we should come back.
6.9%, 7% slope is considered fairly steep. The side slope of a sidewalk has a code limitation of 2%, so you're right there. You can't tilt the sidewalk sideways anymore, or you violate code. So I think that was part of it. And it's basically a 3-level structure sunk into the hillside so that there is parking underneath it. And I think it works for the site. I mean, I know it's all personal opinions, but we worked it pretty well to get it to this point, and I think it visually it looks fine.
Okay, so do we have further clarifying questions?
I don't, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, so if you'd like to open public comment session, please let me know.
Yes, let's go ahead and. open
Yes,
public
let's do that, Glenn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Per the chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 2. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting has been uploaded to the meeting page on the county planning website and forwarded to the CDRC, forwarded to the CDRC members. And I will read the public comments from whom are present this meeting. So we received one comment letter from Miss Lauren Sieper, a neighbor who's was concerned with the proposed removal of the cypress tree and the potential privacy impacts on the residents. And in response to Lauren Sieper's concerns, the project team Maria and the owner Calvin Young responded to the concern, and his response has been uploaded to the county planning webpage. Yeah, so I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. I see one raised hand from Lauren. Lauren, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. 1 moment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record, please.
Sure. Lauren Shufton, 545 Palma Street, El Granada, California, 94018. Email is szper@hotmail.com.
Thank you very much. Now you may begin speaking.
So a couple of questions. One is the front cypress tree being removed? Because our understanding was that is on county property, and I know from talking to people up and down the street, it's a feature of the character of our street and our neighborhood, and it's a much loved tree.
Yeah, now I may add a little bit to this to the background of this question. So my understanding is that the tree is located within the public right of way, and now the project has been reviewed by the Public Works Department and the Planning Department. So as it's a significant tree, so that requires planning approval from the Planning Department. So we have looked into that. And now regarding that tree, so neighbor has the right to comment on the tree removal. So just some background information about the tree.
Which tree number is that on the list that's being shown currently?
That's number 1.
Tree number 1. Right
Can
here.
you go back to the schedule, please?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And that tree is proposed for removal, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, just for the committee and Lauren and everyone's information, this committee, the CDRC committee, is making a recommendation on the design review based on design review guidelines. And now the tree removal is actually it's not part of the. It's not part of. It will not be part of. It will be part of the CDRC's recommendation, but regarding the permit issuance, that will be issued by the planning department. They'll be issued by the planning department. So regarding that question, that can be considered later in the process, because we will take closer look at it, and now we will work with the Parks and the Public Works Department understand to get their inputs before we act on the tree removal permit issuance.
Okay.
I just had a quick question. Is the tree data from the Parks Department or the county, or is it from an independent arborist?
This would be the independent arborist report. That was after our discussion with the county for the driveway.
Yeah,
They
so how-
recommended, yeah, we do an arborist review of this tree specifically. Initially, it started because it was in conflict with the driveway entry design, because the driveway entry needed to meet county standards. And it was brought up, that the tree, might need to be removed, which is why we had an arborist report on it.
Yeah, and just to add to that briefly, so regarding the tree removal review, so we request arborist report and information from the project team. We take it in and then we route it to responsible agencies for review. That includes our Parks Department, and our county arborists review the project and make recommendations on it. And now regarding the tree removal, that will be considered before we act on this application, the entire application. So yeah, if you're having real public comments has been added to the project file, and that will be taken into account before we act on the application.
Okay, so, and yeah, so just to thank you for that. And so just to reiterate that it for us, it's more that tree really adds to the character of our block. So I just want that to be noted in the record. My other comment has to do with the fact that what you have on both sides of this property are more of one level houses. And I recall this coming up in the earlier meeting about the hillside and the topography, but you have to keep in mind, and what I did not hear today is the hill goes up in two directions. So it's going up from the front of the house to the back of the house, but I didn't see anything being addressed about the fact that it's also going up from the right side when you're looking at that, when you're facing the house, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house. It elevates, the hillside continues to go up. So that puts our house already at a lower elevation, and we have a backyard, and we have our bedroom that with a large window that directly faces this property. So I didn't see anything being addressed for the topography from the right side of the property to the left side of the property, and the fact that this property would now kind of stick out like a sore thumb between the two neighboring properties and compromise our privacy, including the privacy of our backyard and our master bedroom.
July, would you like to comment on that with the landscape around the property of the house?
Yeah, so I remember that the project team provided response to address Lauren's concern regarding privacy. And yeah, so you may just quickly please, if you can, please quickly summarize the letter, so everyone has the information.
Hey, Glenn, my name is Brian Koch. I'm the landscape architect for the project. I wanted to just clarify, I do not have that letter in front of me. Are you asking us to state that letter, or is that somebody else?
Yeah, so now it's just a public comment session. If you don't have it in front of you, that now we can you can like the CDRC members can discuss it in the later discussion session. And at that time, you may chime in and and comment on how you have addressed those comments, maybe by proposing additional landscaping. And I can share the link to the letter for you. And that letter is from Maria. I believe, if I remember correctly, that's probably is from Maria and Calvin Young. So now we're just hearing comments from Lauren. If it takes too much time for you to find the response right now, don't worry about it. We have time later to talk about this issue. And the CDRC may discuss it at a later session. So yeah, so that's where we are right now.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. I'm here to answer Lauren's questions if she has any. I'm as I am the landscape architect for the project, so just let me know. Thanks.
Thank you. And Lauren, do you have any other specific questions or concern that would like to share with the committee and the attendees here in this meeting?
Well, to clarify then, with the image you're showing, see, I don't know what exactly the height of all those circles mean for those plants. I mean, are there plants being added along the fence to help contribute to privacy?
Yes, Lauren. So we've specified a plant called Laurus nobilis. It's a Grecian laurel. It's a great plant for the climate. It's on the low water use list for the state of California. It's a dense evergreen hedge, which means there's it does not lose leaves during the winter. And the majority of the circles that you see surrounding the property, not the largest circles, but sort of the medium size, are the Laurus nobilis shrub. And it's a shrub that is full from the ground up to the top. It is also available in a taller form if needed. What we call
About how high? About how high is that? Does that go?
Well, it can grow to any height that would be desired. It's a managed plant in the sense like a privacy hedge would be. So typically it's in the 6 to 10 foot range. However, some clients have allowed that Laurus nobilis to grow taller to reach a greater height of like 16 to 20 feet if desired. It does come down to maintenance practices. I'm sure that Calvin and Doris have been great to work with, and they want to be good neighbors here, and so they want to be respectful of the neighbors and privacy, and I think it's pretty reasonable for all of us to agree on some sort of agreed upon height or location of the hedges, so that way we can work together to achieve the goals. If you have concerns with certain windows or certain view corridors, we can work together to find ways of what's the desired height and the desired plan. So, and again, if Doris or Calvin want to speak up on behalf of us, please feel free as well.
I think in the interest of time, we should try to move forward because I think there's going to be architectural discussion that will impact the landscape design.
Sure. Thank you for your time. And my last comment, which does not need to be addressed, is again, just, I guess I thought based on the prior meeting that there would be some something to address the topography again, going from when you're facing the house right to left, up the hillside in up Palma Street towards Avenue del Oro. And I just don't see that. And we are directly next door, right underneath with our backyard. So I guess I just thought there would be some something to address that topological issue as well.
Okay,
thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Comments. And as I have called upon all the raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 2? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder, for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Chair, there are no more raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Definitely, let's close public comment, Glenn.
Now we may begin the discussion session.
Okay. Rebecca,
Sure.
Who would like to start?
Let me follow up on your initial comments about the driveway, and I'll make a few cursory remarks and then hand it off. I think that I agree with you that setting it back so far is problematic, and I think that it would be possible to sink the garage slab a little bit lower if you were also bringing it forward to maintain the slope that you have. I mean, I hear you, 6.8% is, steeper than ideal, but I do think that would be a possible modification. I think the major thing here is that on the last review, we really strongly suggested that the building relate more to the steeply sloped topography of the site. And I think that responding to that only with a little bit of stepping of the landscape walls and no change in the floor plates is problematic, especially at the entry. I mean, part of the issue I had last time had to do with the staircase. And if there were a split level, even if it were just the entry that came down, that would relieve a lot of pressure on all of those steps at the front. So my sense is that we're not, I mean, I appreciate that there was a 1 foot drop taken out. I mean, I think ultimately the total height is not the problem because we are under the height limit. It's the fact that it feels like a building that was designed for a flat lot placed on top of a driveway, rather than feeling like the structure itself is responding to the hillside. I think that's, to my mind, that's kind of the major point. A lot of the other responses, I think, in terms of the architectural ornamentation and the colors and material palette, I feel like those things were responded to successfully enough for me, but I think there's kind of the major piece has to do with the topography. Katie or John, do you want to?
Yeah, Katie, do you have any comments? Katie?
Yeah, I'd love to speak. So I definitely echo what you've heard from Rebecca. I think that I appreciate the responses and the efforts that were made. But I think that the big picture, the big massing and design changes that were communicated at the prior hearing have not been addressed in my mind. And even as simple as us communicating that shed roofs for the side entries as a secondary roof form. I appreciate that the posts were removed, but we gave pretty clear guidance on what we were looking for. We were definitely looking for the house to step up the hillside more. I know that we discussed a split level design or modifications to the floor plan to better accommodate the grade. And that's a pretty big deal with this project, particularly in the context of how this home relates to the homes that are adjacent and in that direct neighborhood. Pushing it forward would help quite a bit because, as Rebecca said, that could also be moving it down. If you just move it along the line of the driveway, that brings the whole house down that amount. We asked you to revise the stairs, which you can see on the screen right now, to be less intrusive, and somehow you've built in spaces for benches and made it even more convoluted. I feel like what we were going for and requesting in these design changes, there wasn't really a big redesign effort, which is what is really needed for this project, in my opinion. And the relationship to the topography is the biggest thing. But I think, even just the double height of the stair that's at the front of the home, that's one area where the roof could have stepped back significantly and it would have been terracing. And that's obviously, going to make the front of the home feel more massive and boxy. So I think that a lot of the same comments still apply and have not been satisfied. And it sounds like, I know that Rebecca was on the previous review as well and has a similar feeling on that. But overall, if you pull up the view that you have now, which I did earlier, and I had it side by side with the previous design, it's very minor. You have to look for the changes that were made. We're looking for some big brush changes here in order for this to really meet the guidelines.
So Katie, this is David. Can you be specific with that? Because I feel like, you know, these are pretty
Yeah, I think
general.
honestly, and the best use of our time would probably be for you to request the recording from the previous hearing, because we did go into quite a lot of detail on that. And I know that we've only got 10 minutes left in this window for this project today. But, you know, I know that there were things that we had mentioned. For instance, the plate height of the garage is higher than it really needs to be. You know, you've got over 9 feet in the garage. So there's a lot of areas where even just reducing generous ceiling heights would have been an effort that would have been appreciated. So I think, you know, responding to the community concerns and the committee's concerns, you know, I'm hearing that you want to be good neighbors and that you really want this to fit into the neighborhood well. And I think that you're hearing a resounding consensus that it's not, and that the design changes that have been made are very, very minor compared to what we were really looking for. John, do you want to share some additional thoughts? I know that this is a newer project for you and you weren't on the previous review. I think you probably have grasped, you know, from the continuance letter and the discussion so far where the concerns were.
Absolutely. And I heard a large sigh, so I was waiting if someone was going to say something. But, you know, to the owners and the team that put this plan together, I want you to know that I am extremely empathetic to the situation you're in. And I understand what it feels like to be on that side. And I really, really would like to extend my sincerest wishes that you can salvage this plan and get everything to work and get everyone's buy-in. As a builder myself, I have some ideas, but you know, outside of being a builder here locally, I'm also a lifelong resident. I've lived in El Granada now. This is I think my third stint here, but this one's been over 20 years. So, you know, I'm a pretty solidly rooted member of the community. So I'm going to really come from a place of concern for the community with an empathetic feel for you guys. But when I look at this plan and I look through the design review guidelines, it just doesn't feel like the design review guidelines were considered. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's a plan that feels like it just doesn't feel appropriate for the neighborhood of the site the way it's currently configured. And if I had to take this and say, okay, John, you've got to take this plan, you've got to get it through, what would you do? The changes that I would make myself to try and make this acceptable and get it through this committee were I not on it would be fairly significant. And I don't know that it's my place to, you know, to make those recommendations, but I have to agree with Katie that there are really some serious things that need to be looked at here for this to be, to make it past this step. And I'm sorry to say that, but I just think that's the facts. And, you know, I'm happy to discuss it if you'd like.
So all right. So let me chime in. This is David Goswick, and I am a consultant for this project and worked on some very, very elite projects across the United States for the years. And, you know, everyone has an opinion on marketing and everyone has an opinion on design, and they're not equal. And you guys obviously have tremendous credentials and it's a process, but you know, coming from outside the market is a disadvantage, but there's a reputation that California has earned of being very difficult with this. And, you know, I guess the good news on my end is I can walk away from it and it doesn't hurt me a whole lot, other than, yeah, I'm looking at this from a bigger picture. I have 23,000 followers of the whole industry. I'd love to put this out there to the 23,000 and say, hey, and it probably in that there's probably 3,500 architects. And I'd like to hear their view on it. And I have a national real estate reporter out of San Francisco specifically that's working on a story of, not solicited by me, but what takes so long? Where do the additional costs of building a home, designing a home, and building a home, where do they exist? That story is to hit in the next month. I didn't approach them, they approached me.
I'm sorry,
And-
I need to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm the person who's driving the meeting to end on time because I have commitments later, and I feel like this is getting a little bit off track. I would like to offer some concrete guidance. I don't think anyone is suggesting that this whole thing has to be scrapped, and I understand that the guidelines are a big document and it can be hard to parse, and we don't want to get overly prescriptive here with telling you how to design your house. So we're trying to provide guidance, not about our opinions of what's good design or bad design, but strictly about how the projects that come before us comport with the county.
It's a moving target, Rebecca.
I
It's a moving
understand, but
target.
since we have about 5 minutes left,
Can I
John has
share
a
some
little bit-
guidelines perhaps from
yeah, I
the
think
design
this could
standards?
be
Would that be helpful?
by talking about what we think is necessary to bring this into alignment with the county guidelines.
Could I ask, just redirect to A550, the section view? If you're saying move the house forward, you also have to drop it. Right now the driveway slope appears to start off at 9% at the door, but if you move the house forward, you have to drop it in order to have the ability to roll over.
Yeah, I think if you move it forward, you would also drop it, but then you would be cutting less because you would be cutting less depth of a hill. And again, these are all suggestions that builders and architects on the committee are making. You don't have to move it forward. It's one suggestion that we think would help. I also, personally, I think that lowering the entry, I understand that the owners maybe don't want to have steps within the main space, but they have a huge amount of steps to get up to the space. So personally, my thought would be to drop the entry area, and perhaps, there could be other splits at other places. There's kind of a clean line at the back of the kitchen or something like that. So, but what we are looking at seems like a very towering 3-story entry that also feels like it's floating the top 2 stories because of the material change and because of the way there's nothing bringing the entry visually down to the ground, and the entry is actually wider. So that it sits over the garage doors and doesn't feel grounded in the earth. Those are the things that really jump out at me, just very high level. And I think that it would be probably most productive if Katie and John want to make some, some quick comments to that effect. We don't really have.
I mean,
time to
honestly,
sit
none
here
of that has changed from the prior review.
Mhm.
So that's why I felt that, maybe they didn't really understand the guidance that was given in the hearing from the continuance letter, or the sections, we pointed to the sections that needed to be reviewed in the Mid-Coast Design Review Standards. A lot of the same suggestions and feedback and concerns are still really not adequately addressed.
But we went through that list of, blue text, red text.
Right,
And
but that's why I
those-
said that I think you might want to review the recording from the prior hearing, because we spend more time than we do writing up the summary continuance letter, and we try to capture the feedback as well as we can. But when there's big changes that are needed, like we're requesting on this project, it's a big enough redesign issue that it's not something that we're going to be able to be prescriptive about, because our role is not to design the project. If there's minor changes, then we are definitely able to make very concise and specific recommendations that are easy to just say, check, yes, they did what we asked. But I think that you guys may have missed the gravity of of what we were really needing.
It sounds like you're asking the owner to put, split levels in the house. You're making quality of life type recommendations, and we were simply looking at the printed rules, 28-foot topo offset. We're 1 foot underneath that. And so if you're saying that the building looks towering, that's kind of a perception issue. I won't say it's an issue, it's just a perception in that this is a bungalow. Bungalows are not towering.
This doesn't read at all like a bungalow.
Well, in my
And I
opinion,
think that there's not just the zoning, but there's the Mid-Coast Guideline document. Have you reviewed that document?
I'm saying that in my opinion, it looks like a bungalow. So, we're following the printed rules with regard to elevations.
Well,
and
you are
also-
following the zoning height limit, but we've referenced a lot of standards here in the Mid-Coast design guidelines, particularly as we've been saying over and over again, last time we saw you and here today, that the building needs to step with the topography. It does not have to be a split level design. I think that is something that came up. Bringing the structure forward is something that came up. All of those are things that the members of the committee wanted to offer as solutions that we think could be helpful to get you there. It doesn't mean that's the only way to get there.
But if you look at A550, you can see the roof does step with the topography. And I don't think it's unreasonable to expect a modern house to, 9 feet ceilings are not gargantuan ceilings. 9 feet and 9 feet is what, this house has for ceilings. So that's not gargantuan. And yes, the garage elevation is a little over 9 feet. I think it's 9 feet 6, but that also has to do with the slope of the driveway, trying to keep it from being greater than 10%. So
the height in the garage has nothing to do with the slab of the garage and how it relates to a driveway.
the height of the garage.
9'6" in height has nothing to do with the slope of the driveway. And I don't really want us to have a combative meeting. I know that we have a difference of opinion. If it's possible, Maria, can I please share my screen if you can unshare?
Yes. How do I do that? Unshare.
At the bottom center. Yeah, now this is Glenn speaking. I just want to chime in. So after the last design review meeting, I met with the project team. I think that's once or twice after the last meeting. We went over all the comments and I explained the CDRC expectations and design review standards. And regarding like planning the house with the contour and with the terrain, and so I got some response from the owner of the project team. They're concerned with like accessibility issues because the owners they're older citizens, and so that may create some issues. That's the response they provided to me, and those standards were fully explained to the project team. And yeah, so just want to give you some background on how those interaction happen. And yeah, so just background information. And Maria, so you may start sharing your screen, please.
I'm not really following how accessibility is being addressed with this house.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the response I think that's the response I received from the owner. And one thing I would like to confirm is that we went over the design review standards, and I suggested like a tiering system, like make the front portion of the house lower to blend with the contour. So those comments were communicated.
Right, so it sounds like the applicant gave you a response that they felt was satisfactory for dismissing your comment.
I would say
I think it had more to do with their lifestyle.
Not dismissing, addressing.
So how does a handicapped person get from the garage into the house?
They're not handicapped.
So then what accessibility are you trying to use as a defense in your design choices?
Calvin and Doris, as the owner, would you like to address that?
Well, is it potential tripping over the steps inside?
So you're concerned that if you had any kind of split level design, that's a tripping hazard.
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't think we have time to go down the rabbit hole on this project a lot further today. I'm hearing a lot of different defenses for not satisfactorily meeting the requests and the continuance from the prior hearing. I think that the best use of all of our time at this point would be for the applicant and the design team to request a recording of the prior hearing, because I think that there was very extensive feedback given at that hearing. And I would recommend that you review the design standards, because it's very easy to see also referencing the sections that we've called out where this is deficient and how it's meeting the standards.
I guess I don't understand, because we're trying to interpret it and respond to the comments, and also talking to the owner with, like these side the side entrances, taking the columns away. I suggested we can make it a shed roof on the two sides, but it does not work with the design. It looks like it'll be stuck on the house. So architecturally, it does not, you have a gable end on the left side, and you have a gable end entrance. You put a shed roof entrance, I guess it meets someone's opinion of reducing mass, but it looks very odd. It would look stuck onto the house.
Well, I think that personally, I feel like removing the columns and a number of those smaller moves have been addressed successfully. I think it's the bigger topography issues that really remain not addressed.
And the topography issue is set by the topography. We can't sink the house more into the earth.
Yeah, you actually can.
But we can, but you would be like living in a dungeon, because you have retaining walls on the right side and you have retaining walls on the left side now, and they would simply get taller.
No, I understand. I actually designed a home for myself that's built into a hillside, and so I understand the challenges of designing for a site like this. And when you purchase a lot that's sloped in a neighborhood that has design guidelines on how that address grading and how the building has to step up the topography and how to reduce mass and scale, I think that you need to understand what you've signed up for. And, the design of the home is going to be impacted by the site. That's the whole point. And there's a lot of creative ways to be able to do that, but it's going to take some creativity and some diagrams and some really thoughtful time on how to adjust the design to make it meet the guidelines. And, our role is not to apply the zoning regulations and the buildable envelope. That's all planning, and that's all very clear. The design guidelines are in addition to that. And that's what we keep trying to direct you back to, is to look at those guidelines and to review the hearing that we went through a lot of detail previously, to understand that there's going to have to be some compromising and some flexibility in order to get the committee to be happy with the changes that you've made.
So let me ask this, from just thinking outside the box a little bit. Can we collaborate? Is there a way to have a meeting with Katie, Rebecca, John, and our team, and offline in the interim, and really, really roll up our sleeves, collaborate with the objective of building the Youngs a beautiful home that fits well within the community? And we're not asking you to design it. We're not asking,
Yes. Sorry.
We've been involved in building thousands of homes with many of the top developers in the country.
I understand that you have very impressive qualifications, but it's not really relevant to this discussion right now. And the fact that we're already 10 minutes past our timeline and there's other applicants waiting.
Yeah, so this is Glenn. Let me chime in for a quick while. So now we're at 4:40, and then we have the next item waiting in line. And so this the CDRC needs to make their recommendation or decision based on the San Mateo County Design Review Guideline. So it's a county policy. So even it's the same design may work in a different jurisdiction, but it may not work here in San Mateo County due to the policy, and it's a countywide policy for all unincorporated areas. And what I recommend, as Katie mentioned, I can share a recording of this meeting and the previous meeting with you. And the last time we had a lot of extensive discussion on this. And at this time, the CDRC has reconfirmed that those comments needs to be addressed. Excuse me if I use the wrong word, seriously. And now the project team needs to make more additional efforts to address those comments. And also one other thing I would like to point out is like because this is a public meeting, and now I think that may be a violation for the CDRC members to meet with the project team offline and discuss the project offline. That may be a violation of the law.
Yeah, I
Can
would encourage you to talk to the planners. It sounds like Glenn has possibly given you feedback and you gave him defenses for why you weren't making further changes. So I think the planners have a really good handle on what the committee is going to be inclined to approve or to find satisfactory changes. So I would encourage you to share some of your big broad brush changes that you're looking at early on with the planner and say, do you think this is enough? Are we going in the right direction? You don't have to do a complete design to get feedback, but the planners can definitely give you feedback on that. If you continue to take a defensive stance and defend why you don't want to make further changes, then I think you're going to get a similar outcome. But it sounds like you've already been given some feedback that you defended your position on. And that may or may not be something that the committee is willing to accept.
Okay. I need to say that I think it's, there are design issues that maybe are not understood by the review committee. I was talking about the driveway. That's one thing, but you also any designer can look at the staircase, and there's code limits to how steep a stair can go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we understand this.
Gary, I'm gonna pipe in here for a
house
minute.
forward, the stairs don't work.
Pardon me, Gary, I need to speak. I do want you to understand, I have been a builder here locally for 25 years. Lots like this are very common here. There's a lot of them. And I know what it feels like to be in your seat right now, David as well, the owners. I really understand how it feels to get beat up like this. I've had it happen to me. But the points that are being made by Katie and Rebecca, I have to agree with them. You really need, what I would do if I was you, I'm going to offer this as advice. Talk to Glenn. There are many, many lots that are configured similar to this. And there's been a lot of construction in the last 10 years on these kind of lots. All the flat, easy lots are gone. There's only a few left. I would ask Glenn to say, hey, can you show me some examples of similar projects or topography that has been successfully developed here? And just try to kind of look at what's happening and get a feel for what's going on here, because this, and it pains me to say this, but this project as configured, it just flatly doesn't conform to the design review guidelines. It meets the planning guide, it meets zoning, it meets that. But the second piece is the design review guidelines. And if you look, there's discussion and there's standards, and the standards hold force of code and law, and they need to be addressed. I just think you're going to have a hard road if you don't really look through that, really consider what you're doing, and be willing to make some changes. And I'm really sorry to say that, but I just think that's the truth here. Yeah. And I hate for this to be adversarial. I really don't want it to be that way, but that's my opinion.
Oh, now let me say something about this. Probably don't answer a question. And so we're here to help as the planning staff. Last time I met with you, and now we walked through a lot of issues. And the next time, if we need to meet, then I can involve my supervisor, Camille Leon. And she has been working with the CDRC for many years, and she probably has a lot of good examples to show you. So next time I can bring her on board, and that way you can get a second opinion and get some senior voice from my supervisor. So hopefully that answers your question, and we're always here to help, and we will, we'll continue working with you. So, yeah.
And I want to say to Calvin and Doris, I apologize that we have dropped the ball, whatever, we haven't advanced it. And I apologize to you. And Glenn, we look forward to working with you. I think we're pretty familiar with what was said in the previous meetings, and we've tried to address that. We will do it again. And John, I appreciate, I think the intent of what your comments are constructive and appreciate it. But the bottom line is Calvin and Doris deserve to have a home built. And I think there, to Gary's point, there are some subjective views on this that if we can get more specific, and Katie, we'll go back and listen to the recording. We'll address each one of those points. We take it seriously. I think we have, but if we haven't, we'll go point by point. But if this gets kicked down the road month by month, it just adds cost, and it's a problem on the big picture. This is a problem across America.
I appreciate this. We're going to have to go ahead and put an end to this hearing because we're already 15 minutes past our time.
I'm sorry, I have a really hard stop.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that because we're limited on time, and now I'll be happy to continue working with you. And as I mentioned, I'll bring Camille on board if you need it. And now we will find examples and find previous recordings for you. And now we're happy to continue working.
So I think we still need to formally give the applicant an opportunity to ask if they would like to have a vote on the project today, or if they would like to request a continuance to continue to work on the design.
Yes. Do I need to do that, Glenn, or was that sufficient what was just said?
Project team, the applicant. So applicant, would you like to have a vote, or would you like to request a continuance of the project?
A continuance.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will send you continuous comments pretty soon. As I mentioned, I'll be happy to continue working with you, and my supervisor will be ready to step in and provide recommendations, strategies, suggestions, help you through the process. We're here to help. We're here to help.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to seeing your project back in the future.
Thank you. Best of luck to all of you, and I do appreciate the efforts that were made. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Glenn, can
Bye-bye.
you help me log in on my phone so that I can leave, because I'm 20 minutes past when I'm supposed to have left?
About that, and now I see so did you log in with?
I left. I'm gonna try again to enter from my phone. I am trying to join right now. I'm connecting to the meeting. Do you see me now?
I see you, Rebecca.
Okay, can you promote me to panelist?
Here.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
And Glenn, I need to go as well. I need to be out of here in like 5 minutes. So I'm gonna have to, if my part is done, I'm gonna leave. If there's anything I need to do, could you please let me know what that is?
Okay, no problem. And then the next one, the committee representative for the next project is Mark. Mark, please confirm you're here.
That's the key.
I need a quick 2-minute recess to use the restroom.
Okay,
I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay.
no
All
problem.
right.
And Glenn,
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out, is this a different meeting that I can observe?
Yes, you can observe, but I have
Okay.
to remove you from the panelist list.
Okay.
Reserve it. Now, if you have any questions or comments about this specific project, you may speak on this item during the public comment session.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Glenn, I'm gonna leave the meeting.
Okay, no problem. And I'll see you next time. Thank you so much, John, for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hi, the project team, I think that's Renee and Kate. Are you here? Give me one moment, please. Let me see if you're panelists now. I see Renee, and I'm going to send you an invitation, promote you to a panelist. Please accept it. And Kate, and I also see Brian Bodas. I'm going to make you a panelist. I know you're the project team members for item 3 on the agenda. And if you can remind me whether you have additional team members in the attendees list, please let me know. I see Lisa, Rebecca Topman. Are they part of your team? Please unmute yourself if you're ready to speak.
Rebecca, they're the owners.
Say that again, please. Is Rebecca one of your project team members?
Yes, Rebecca is the owner.
Okay, sounds good. And how about Lisa? Okay, we are at 4:51 here. Hopefully Katie is here. Okay.
He probably doesn't need to hear. Are you there?
Reviewing item is for everyone's information. The previous project took longer than expected, and now we're at we're 22 minutes late. Okay, now let's begin. And the committee representative, the chair for this project is Mr. Stegmaier. Mr. Stegmaier, please begin by introducing the project to the group.
Okay, and you're joined by architect Katie Ketchick. Sorry for that.
It cost you, that's okay.
Gotcha. Applicant Renee Moldovan, Bodas Construction, file number PLN 2022-00010, location 450 Lancaster Boulevard, Moss Beach. Assessor's parcel number 037171770. Good number. Consideration design review recommendations to allow major modifications to the construction of a 418 square foot addition in existing 1,978 square foot single family residence on a legal 5,488 square foot parcel. Recommendations for approval by CRDC on July 14, 22. The modifications involved a change in the project roof design. The project, which also involves the legalization of an existing 220 square foot pergola, minor grading and no tree removal is associated with this hearing level coastal development permit. The subject property is located within a Cabrillo Highway scenic corridor, and the CRDC will not render a decision, but will make recommendations regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Planning Commission public hearing will take place on September 8th, 2022. The project is appealable to the Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete July 22nd, 2022. Project planner Glenn Gia, bjia@sanmateogov.org.
Yeah, so just one minor correction. The email is bjia@smcgov.org. That's my email address. And just a quick background about this project. Let me chime in for just a second. So this project was previously recommended for approval by the CDRC, and the applicant, when they redesigned their the roof design to address the committee's comment, and they find out about some issues, and this meeting is to go to discuss the modification to the roof design. They have suggested a few alternatives. And now the project team, you may begin presenting your project, please.
Kate, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. So in the file that we shared, that hopefully everyone has, there's a full set of plans, as well as if you scroll down to page 30 of that file, that is the summary of the recommendations from the CDRC from our last meeting. And in the process of making the updates that we talked about in the meeting, conceptually, we all agreed that we would go forward with these changes, but when we actually saw what they look like, we had some concerns. So if you go to page 31.
Sorry to
you-
interrupt, Kate. Kate, can you please share your screen? That'll be very helpful.
Let me see.
If you need help, then now one of us can help you with sharing the screen. We all
I
have.
have 2 screens, so I'm gonna try.
Thank you.
Quick question while you're working on sharing, is there a proposed roof design that's included in this resubmittal? A roof plan?
Yes.
What shape sheet is that?
It's gonna be, it would be the very last sheet of the plans.
I'm sorry, it is not letting me do that right now, and it
Yeah, so
maybe.
this is Glenn. I can share that with the group. And
If you can share it, I can tell you what page to be on, because it's all in this file.
let me share it with everyone to save time.
Okay.
Okay, if I remember correctly, that's toward the bottom. There's some alternate roof design options.
Yes, so page 30 is the summary, and specifically, we had talked about adjusting the roof design so that it would be a hip roof on the right-hand side and a gable on the left-hand side. If you look at page 31, I kind of want to walk you through the progression. So page 31.
That's 30. There you go.
31 is the current home on Lancaster Street. And then 32 is showing some photos of the neighbors' houses on the same street. What we noticed is that all of the homes on the street are consistently either hip roofs completely for one individual house, or consistently gable for one house. There's no mixture of hip and gable like we discussed. So when I do that idea that was suggested on slide 34, it feels odd, given that all the other homes on the street have either all hip roofs or all gable roofs. The mixture on a tiny house like this feels strange. It also felt, another thing we talked about was the treatment under the gable being board and batten on the sides of the home, bringing that forward to the front. But when we have the shake siding on the lower portion and the board and batten up above and 2 different roof styles, it just feels like a whole bunch of things on a very relatively small house. It feels very busy. So we were concerned about that and thought about how we might simplify, but also still address the concerns that were raised. So slide 34 is a recommendation for simplifying and adjusting the roofs so that they're not equal heights. The idea here is that we would make a higher pitch on the roof on the left-hand side versus.
Can you move it up, Glenn?
Okay, yes. This one, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Kate,
Are
can
you-
you just run it through
issues?
with them again?
Her screen is frozen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she got cut off while she was speaking. I think her Zoom froze.
So basically, we incorporated
the shake on the upper portion, and she changed the roof line as originally requested. And we thought this was a good combination of everything that was suggested.
Okay, thanks for sharing that with us. Mark, are you familiar with this project? Have you had a chance to look through everything?
I did. I was, I watched it last time. I don't think I was part of it because I was Moss Beach, but just
And
clarifying.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I am still here also. I'm just
You want to wrap
in the
it up?
car.
Okay.
Okay, good.
you
Yeah,
are.
I wasn't sure if you were still reviewing this one, Rebecca.
I
that's
am. I've been a
Rebecca.
little spotty, but I'm here.
Okay.
Can you share your screen? Oh. Yes, I was, and I am. And that the person presenting, is she still frozen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I thought Rebecca was her.
So
So
Rebecca, do you have any clarifying questions?
Yes.
I don't actually. I think that I understand what they've done, and I feel like this is a great demonstration of why it's great to request a continuance so that you can work through design issues and come up with what you think is the best solution.
Mhm.
I have a question. I don't have the previous plans pulled up in front of me. Was the stucco intended to remain on the other sides of the building previously, or what? I thought it was going to all be shake last time. Is that correct?
No, it was just going to remain stucco.
Okay. Is there a particular reason that the owners are wanting to go with shake on the front of the home and nowhere else?
I believe that the reason was cost prohibitive as far as keeping the stucco on the other walls. And the shake, they really appreciated the design. We thought it was clean. They liked it a lot.
Okay. And then I had one other clarifying question. I'm pretty sure that I am interpreting this correctly, but it looks like we've got exterior lighting that's been added on either side of the garage door, and then there's the light that's at the entry that's kind of pasted on there. That's intended to be in the alcove of the entry, correct?
An alcove entry.
In the recessed entry. It's under the covered roof, correct?
Right. You know what?
Yes, I think it is supposed to be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Mark, do you have any clarifying questions?
Not necessarily. Where'd all the trees and the other houses go? That's
I think you're just trying to focus on the house. I'm sorry. I'm kind of pitching in for Kate here. I don't have all of her reasoning and or.
No, I was just, that was a shorthanded joke.
Yeah.
No, I don't have, I did, but I think I lost it. Maybe it's already covered. I did notice that on the, well, no, so I don't have any more clarifying questions. Do you, what is it, Katie? Is it public comment?
Yeah.
Is there any public comment, anybody here to discuss the house?
Okay, thank you for opening for public comments, the chair. And now, so per chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 3. No public correspondence was received prior to this meeting. I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 3? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Chair, I don't see any raised hands. Please indicate if you'd like to close public comment.
Close public comment and go into discussion, please. So, Katie and Rebecca, do you have anything that you'd like to discuss?
I guess I'll start. Thank you. I wanted to thank the applicants for exploring these design changes and coming back when they weren't really finding that it was the right fit. And, you know, to echo what Rebecca said, it is always very helpful to be able to go, you know, do these design explorations and make sure that you're happy with what's being committed to, you know, in these early stages where it's a lot cheaper to change things before you start construction. So thank you for working on this. And I definitely appreciate the iterations that you shared to demonstrate that you did explore them. I think what I'm just going to share my general thoughts with the other committee members and see what you think about, you know, creative ways to try to make suggestions to help. One thing that has been a concern for me from when we viewed this project previously was that the addition building all the way up to the front, where it aligns with the garage, basically is removing articulation from the project. So it is essentially a rectangle with a roof on it now. And I was hoping that, you know, we would be able to accomplish a little bit of variety in the front of the home with primary and secondary roof forms in ways that we could kind of break it up, because with the current design, obviously it's a garage on one side and the habitable space on the other, but it's kind of like a rectangle with two gables on it that almost resembles like a duplex or something. And I've been trying to think of different ways to create depth or a sense of entry, wayfinding, given the constraints of the front setback. I still don't feel that the design even with the steeper roof, it does make that side a little bit more dominant. But it feels like an afterthought, and I keep thinking that there's got to be a solution that will look more cohesive and provide a little bit more depth and the primary and secondary roof forms that we're looking for. You know, even thinking about like a small gable at the entry that is attached with brackets, and is, I think, what's the maximum encroachment for a roof E, Glenn? Do you recall offhand?
Give me 1 moment, please.
Let me share my screen just so that we have something to look at.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
think it's 2 feet, isn't it?
It might be 2 feet. I know 4 feet is what triggers
Lot
covering as
Yeah.
floor area or coverage, depending on. But you know, something small there. I know that I originally was kind of like, oh, it'd be so great if we could do something like this. And this is, you know, kind of hacking it up a bit, but you know, something like that. And I know that one of the concerns was that then this ridge would be taller than the ridge at the back. And then another thing that you could do that would help with that too is even, you know, that's where you can have the opportunity for a little roof right here that says, hey, look, this is the entrance. I've had this condition on other projects, and you basically make like a very small gable at the ridge. So that's one solution that I think could work and could look nice. I'm trying to find the side elevation. Well, basically what it would look like from the rear would be, it's gonna be on this side. It would be something like this. And the reality is, based on, you know, the depth of the home and actual real life perspective, you wouldn't really see that much from the backyard, but from the front of the home, I think that it would be an improvement. So that's, if I can figure out where I was marking it up. That's one way that I thought we could make it work. I understand, you know, the reasoning. I definitely appreciate the reasoning behind showing us that, you know, things are in the neighborhood generally all hip or all gable. Wish I could find which screen I had just been on. Which sheet was that? Yeah. Does anybody know what sheet I was on? There's so many sheets in here.
Probably at the end.
Yes,
Yeah, I
thank
think
you.
you were down in the proposed, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an option. I mean, if we were talking about rebuilding this roof anyway, like then you could basically make this one larger gable with a secondary gable here. I don't know. I mean, from your perspective, owners and design team, are you happy with the design here? Do you understand some of the concerns that I've expressed about how the front of the house is kind of just a flat facade now with a couple, small gables on it.
Rebecca, can you give her your thoughts on this? I mean, so first the designer's gone. She can't get back on at the moment.
I can jump in, Renee.
Okay, great.
This is Brian Bodis. I'm the contractor.
Hi,
So I do understand what you're saying, Katie. We tried to eliminate some of that, and it's a little difficult because, one thought was to push back the addition to offset from the garage a little bit. It just made the interior, I don't want to say unusable, but not to do the addition and have it not work optimally was a bit of an issue. On what you're saying, I have a couple questions about what you were just offering up. One, not really a question, but if we're at the height limit right now at the existing ridge of the house. So going higher than the existing ridge is going to potentially cause an issue there.
You're at the height limit for would it be exceeding 16 feet and trigger different setbacks, or?
I believe so, yeah. It was a 16-foot was our height limit. And I think it had to do with lot coverage.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. That it's helpful to understand the different design constraints that you guys have been trying to manage and figure out, a way to make this addition work functionally, and then find ways. It's a challenging footprint to try to, adapt and make a roof look good and try to create some depth when we're basically kind of straightening out the front.
Yes. And then the other, I think you were getting at having an overhang of the existing eave or new eaves of 2 feet. Would that be the upper from the face of the building, which we know is right up close to the property line as well, or the setback? We can come 2 feet over that
Yes.
plane?
Yes. And another thing, are you already at your limit for lot coverage and floor area?
I believe, Renee, do you recall? I believe we're right. We're really close.
Yeah, we're very well, yeah, for setback and everything else. Yeah, we're pretty close.
I'm checking.
Coverage 40%.
We've got 0.44 and the limit is 0.53.
So that's 50%. You're at 47.7. We have a little bit of coverage. And then we have room for floor area and coverage. Another thing that we could consider, please bear with me, I promise I'm trying to help and not just make life difficult. Other ways that we could try to add depth. If this was a bay window, that would make a big difference. That could create some depth, and you could even put, like depending on if this became an interrupted gable or not, but a bay window would create depth. But I was thinking along the lines of different things that are allowed in some of the ordinances where you can encroach past a setback. So an architectural feature can encroach past the setback up to 2 feet. The roof eaves can extend up to 2 feet. So I was just trying to think if there might be ways, even, I'm not sure.
So what if we left the as proposed in this design and then did a bay window instead? Would you be okay with that?
I mean, I think that's an improvement, but honestly, the 2 gable roofs really feel like they're competing to me. And I feel like we could collaboratively find something that's going to aesthetically really be better for you. And I know that it sounds like, you guys might not have any issue with this, and, maybe the interior space is more important, but I was even thinking like maybe you could even add some columns out here. I don't know if this might be semantics with planning, but Glenn, can you comment if a porch and columns would be considered an architectural feature that can encroach 2 feet?
Columns or porch, if they keep the porch lower than 18 inches, that may not be counted toward the lot coverage, but that I will need to look into.
Well, no,
that.
I'm not talking about coverage. I'm talking about encroaching past the property line.
Real quick, Glenn, Kate's trying to get in as a participant. If you can let her in.
Okay, I will promote her to panelist. And now, so to answer your question, Katie, if it's if it's less than 18 inches, then we won't consider it DK encroaching to the setback.
So the posts have to be less than 18 inches.
So I'm saying like if we have columns here, would those be considered an architectural feature? Because I know architectural features can encroach 2 feet past the property line.
I will need to look into that, but I don't
I'm
think.
sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt for a second. This is Kate. I'm back again. Can you maybe summarize what your concerns are, Katie? That would be very helpful to me.
Yeah. So, and I kind of want to start with saying, like, I promise that I'm not trying to make things difficult or, you know, put my stamp all over your design. I know that having a big 1-story footprint is really challenging when it comes to roof design and articulation. And, you know, by pulling this whole addition forward flush, we've basically got a big extruded rectangle with 2 similar sized gables on it. And
we have a bigger on the left, and that
yeah,
was
I do understand. I see that it is a little bigger there. Have you guys considered not having a gable on this side at all?
We
and having this
view the
be-
hip roof, and it doesn't look great along with the gable.
Mhm.
Did you
'Cause
see
I know
on
that
slide
with-
34?
With like craftsman bungalow style architecture, low slope shed roofs are a common complementary secondary form. That's a consideration. Mark and Rebecca, I don't know if you have any thoughts, but yeah, I was trying to think of how to create some depth, how to create a sense of entry. You know, I understand the reasoning behind needing to pull this all the way forward to the front setback, and I'm trying to rack my brain to think of different opportunities that the zoning allows with things that are allowed to encroach.
I like your suggestion of adding columns or a bay or something that that provides a little bit more articulation. I think personally, when I look at this revision, the one roof is enough smaller than the other to me that it feels like it's working for me as primary and secondary, given the other limitations. But I think that the idea of adding something, because I agree with you, it would be better in terms of articulation if it wasn't pulled all the way forward. But if that's problematic, then the bay window or something else maybe could help with that. I think I have less of a problem with the roof forms than you do as they are, because I feel like it's sort of big sister, little sister to me right now.
Yeah, now this is Glenn. Let me chime in real quick. So to answer Katie's question regarding whether adding columns will will cause any like setback issues. So I just read the zoning regulations section 406406. So it's not very specific. So regarding that, we will probably have to check with one of our management staff members to get confirmation. It's not clear, and this kind of approach is not something that happens on a daily basis. So we will need to get confirmation from the upper management. And one suggestion I would make, I will give to the CRC is that we may consider, the CRC may consider keep the comment more general and flexible. So later on, they have more room to make adjustments as long as they achieve the objective of they address the concerns and achieve the objective of adding articulation to the front.
So Glenn, this is actually the ordinance that I was referring to that's about bay windows, but also architectural features. So I was just going to briefly check. In order to retain the traditional aspects of the bay window, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, for a bay window, that can be considered as an architectural feature, but the columns there, it's unclear.
In order to retain traditional aspects of the bay window and still qualify as an architectural feature, it must begin with protrusion from the building's wall not less than 18 inches above floor level. Yeah, so I don't think the columns would actually work. But the bay window would.
Discuss a bay window already?
I'm sorry?
Did you guys discuss the possibility of a bay window already?
Yeah, we did. That was one suggestion, was maybe having this become a bay window to create a little bit more depth.
So we started with that in our design and ended up trimming that off because they're obviously, with a project of this size, we are trying to keep the cost overall within reason. So that was one thing that we chose to simplify. But if that would make a difference, perhaps that's something for us to consider bringing back. Again, our goals for this project are to add the additional space for their family, create an attractive, timeless coastal home, make that home feel like it belongs and is cohesive within this neighborhood and also minimize costs.
Rebecca, Mark, what are your thoughts? Because I feel like I'm kind of stumped and I might be the outlier on, you know, on thinking that this project needs a little bit more articulation.
I was going to spring off of your original, I don't know what page it was on, but first I thought you might want to go to page 9 of 35 because it gives you a much better, it's not a flat look anymore. So, I mean, that's much different looking than a flat sheet. But if you did create that bigger gable over there, and this is just a strictly a builder kind of a utilitarian thing, but if you did create that bigger gable and you continued it onto the other side, then it could give that master bedroom a vaulted ceiling, which then could also be a gable end on that side, providing light into that room. If you extended another 5 feet, even if it's probably a truss roof or maybe a.
You're talking about this gable?
No, the one at the garage. If you did what
Yeah, where I was talking about.
Doing that. You can go back to your page if you want.
Yeah, but I kind of get what they were saying. I didn't realize that they're right at the height limit. And if we exceed this ridge height, then it's going to trigger different lot coverage.
Yeah, you can get variances for slight amounts, especially design review.
Yeah.
Or you could just match the ridge height, right? But I feel like the bedroom gable is the one that wants to be primary.
Yeah, the side. Yeah, because you don't really want the features. So what I had been thinking was like, you know, if you do like a big gable here and then the smaller secondary gable that kind of like centers over the door, then that gives you a sense of entry. And oh, I'm sorry, hang on, my 4-year-old just ran in here. Hold on. Hi, honey, mommy's in a meeting, okay? I love you too. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. Sorry.
Can I add something about the roof? I want to ask a question here. So on the left side, what if we brought that gable out past the 2 feet past the building? Because I think it's about flush, might be flush with the building now. What if we offset the gables? If we do a
this gable isn't being rebuilt currently, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I
guess what we need to look at is the side elevations and see where's the side elevations. I don't know how accurate these are. It looks like it cuts off right here, actually. Is this the front?
That's the back.
This is the front. Okay, so I can't really see. I don't know how deep your roof eaves are, but the roof eaves are already encroaching past the property line because your building facade is right at the property line. But I think that would be great if we can do that. I think bringing it forward would make it more pronounced, and that would help.
If they were offset, if we offset the gables, and maybe we add the bay window at the same time. If we put a bay window there, we're going to cut into that roof above, like, you know, most likely. It's hard to say on this exactly if that, you know, we'd have either a sloped or an angled roof on the top of the bay window.
I'm sorry, hang on just a second. Okay, sorry, excited toddler accident, screaming and crying in the other room now.
I mean, if we brought that gable out 2 feet past the building, past the house, we could do, I mean, that could work for that entryway. That could, it's a large entryway. It's kind of a large overhang.
Yeah.
And then maybe we don't have that small shed roof under there.
Yeah, this one, and you just build it all the way up.
All the way up. And
actually, you know what? That would make a
include
big
that
difference.
bay
I think
window.
if you break this expression, and I don't know, you guys might have mixed feelings on this because I know that this is a common expression in the neighborhood too, but this would feel like a more dominant gable if this was not there.
I agree. Yeah.
I think that would make a really big difference.
And then maybe put the bay window if we need to, just to maybe, I don't know, say fill that
I think
space,
honestly,
make it feel like it's intentional that we didn't put that there.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really great suggestion. And I would be very happy with that. I think that if this is a continuous gable without the small interrupted roof eave, we made this a bay window and then it had a small roof over it. I think that would definitely break up the monotony of this being essentially a mirrored design expression. Mark, Rebecca, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think
I
the
like
whole
it.
thing that I was feeling is that that gable over the bedroom wants to be
The
dominant. And I think I agree with you that that would help.
Yeah, I think that would be great. So then what do you think, like across here, would we want to have any kind, like, would you want to have a trim, like a painted beam or something? Or would you want it to just, you know, kind of terminate as shingles or be an arch, or what are you thinking about how this
not
interacts
very
as an
big.
entry?
I'm sorry, this is not very big there.
I'm thinking the roof of the bay window would break it up so that you're not seeing, yeah, it's not very tall. We're not talking about a very tall roof line there and seeing a big flat expanse of wall. I think with the roof above the bay window, whether we do a copper sloped roof or what, whichever we choose, it's going to break up that section. It'll go about this, I'm just guessing from this drawing, about the same height as that roof that's there now.
Yeah, and I think that would kind of relate but not be competing. I think that would be a really good solution. And I'm happy to let you guys kind of figure out how to have the opening here terminate.
Katie, do you still think bringing that gable forward and offsetting it from the other gable as well?
I think it would help. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that would help. I'm going to leave that up to you. I think that that's something that you guys could probably work out when you're working through the design changes. But I think that overall, that's a great solution on how to break this up and differentiate it, make it more dominant. One other thing that I had wanted to mention that I had marked up was that I think this light here at the front porch might be better off as a ceiling mounted fixture. And depending on how high you make this roof expression here, it could maybe be a suspended one, but these two really close to each other, it feels a little bit like it's competing. And because this is a covered area, that didn't feel like it was the best option there, but I'm open to that being a suggestion rather than a condition.
Okay.
That all sounds good. What do you think, Mark?
I think it looked great. I mean, I'm still about a little bit about the garage door, but just maybe making it look more like some of the other garage doors in the neighborhood. But I think I like the design when it first came back like this anyway. So I was
You want it to look more like the other garage doors, how so?
well, you're going all the white ones.
Yeah, no, I think we all kind of thought that the darker garage door would be really nice.
It doesn't have to
like-
be the whole door. I mean, like on her page 34, no, her page of the other house is 32 of 35. There's a couple of doors that they're not wonderful. They're just, you know, they're a little bit darker. That's all. You could maybe enhance.
Yeah, it's less dominant if it's not white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that still being a suggestion as well.
Yeah, just a suggestion.
Yeah, so I think, yay, I think that we've actually managed to put our heads together and come up with some really good problem solving, Brian. Those were great suggestions.
So it's gonna be written as that, extend the eave to 2 feet or whatever over
Yeah,
the
2
property
feet
line,
past the property line, because that's the maximum
and
that would be allowed.
add a bay window and
Just correct one thing, it's past the setback line, not property line. Just
Yes,
one.
thank you. Yeah, past
can't
the
go
setback line.
can't go 32 feet, huh?
That'd be a really deep eve.
Okay, 22. Okay, then there's no
And
public
you
comment.
guys are you guys okay with having shake only be on the front of the house and nowhere else?
I notice it's kind of the style in the neighborhood. If you go back to our pictures again, there's brick facades and stucco sides and
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see more shake, but I'm okay with it. I sort of feel like, you know, since they're coming back specifically about the roof, that was really where I wanted to focus my attention.
Okay. Well, I'm happy with these design changes, and it sounds like the rest of the committee is too.
So, yeah.
Kate, how do you feel?
Brian, you good? Rebecca, you good?
I'd like to hear what Rebecca thinks.
Yeah.
No, oh, sorry, the other Rebecca. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I'm good.
Rebecca Tubman.
Homeowner.
Homeowner.
Yes, so I think we're fine with that. We just want to start construction, in all honesty. We submitted in January. We're ready to get rolling. So yeah, that's fine with us.
Yeah, I definitely know the feeling. Everything takes a long time, but I do think that you're going to have a really nice looking project. I think that these changes will make a big difference. And we appreciate you all coming back to explore this with us.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, that now the applicant, would you like to have a vote, or? It seems like we have discussed all the issues and questions are answered. So I think probably it's now time for a vote, or.
It'd be similar to last time where you vote and it'd be moving forward with the recommendations.
Yeah, moving forward for recommendation and next
Well,
step.
there'd be two conditions and no recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, after this meeting, it will be taken to the planning commission for decision.
So I make a motion to vote on approval, but based on the two conditions of the extended roof eave and the bay window.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll take a roll call. Mark Stackmeyer.
Yes.
Rebecca Katkin.
Yes.
Katie Kostiuk.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, so yeah, that passes.
Okay, thank you guys. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll move it forward and take it to the commission in the next 2 months, probably, hopefully. And just continue working with me. Thank you very much. Okay, and now would someone like to make a we only have 3 items, and now we come to the end of the meeting. So would someone like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'd like to adjourn the
I'll
meeting.
make a motion to, second.
Third.
Okay, do a roll call. Mark Stackmeyer.
Yes.
Rebecca Katkin.
Yes.
Katie Kostiuk.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
Mark, feel free to send that draft over to Rebecca and I, and we can help with the letter of recommendation.
Yeah, I will.
Sorry, I had to take this last bit from the car. I hope it